Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this story involves real people and real tragedies. We tell these stories not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and perhaps help others recognize the warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. Tonight we're exploring a case that speaks to the darkest corners of entitlement and greed. This is the story of a young man who had everything, yet wanted more. A story that unfolded in the quiet town of Duncan, Oklahoma, where a well-respected family met an unthinkable fate. This is the case of Alan Ruby. Duncan, Oklahoma is the kind of place where everyone knows everyone. A small community of about 23,000 people, nestled in the southern part of the state. It's a town where Friday night football games draw crowds, where local newspapers still matter, and where families put down roots that span generations. In October of 2014, this peaceful town would become the center of a tragedy that shocked not just Oklahoma, but the entire nation. The Rubys were pillars of the Duncan community. John Ruby, 50 years old, was a respected newspaper publisher. He owned and ran the Marlowe Review, a weekly newspaper with a circulation of about 3,500 readers. But John's involvement in journalism went deeper than just one publication. He had previously been the publisher of the Duncan Banner until 1997, when his family sold that paper. He served as vice president of the Oklahoma Newspaper Foundation Board of Trustees, a position that spoke to his standing in the state's media circles. John was known as a hard-working man, dedicated to his craft and his community. Those who worked with him described him as fair, professional, and deeply committed to quality journalism in an age when small-town newspapers were struggling to survive. His wife, Joy Herby, though some called her by her nickname Tinker, was 48 years old. She worked alongside her husband at the Marlowe Review, helping to keep the family business running. Joy was devoted to her family and her community. She had that warmth that small-town mothers often possess, the kind of person who remembered everyone's names and always had time for a conversation. The Rubys had 2 children. Their youngest was Catherine, just 17 years old in the fall of 2014. Catherine was a bright, vivacious young woman attending Duncan High School. She had her whole life ahead of her, filled with the normal dreams and aspirations of any teenager. Friends would later describe her as kind, funny, and full of life. And then there was Alan. Alan Joseph H. Ruby was 19 years old, the eldest child and only son. He had graduated from Duncan High School just the year before, and was now a freshman at the University of Oklahoma in Norman, about 90 miles north of Duncan. He was studying political science, and to the outside world, he appeared to be a young man on the path to success. But beneath that surface, something was very wrong. From an early age, Alan displayed an obsession with appearances and material possessions. He wanted the finest things money could buy: designer clothes, expensive watches, luxury hotels, the latest technology. He wanted to be seen as someone important, someone wealthy, someone who mattered. On social media, Alan crafted an image of himself as an up-and-comer from Oklahoma, striving for the best life has to offer. He posted photos from expensive restaurants, luxury hotels, and exotic locations. He showed off his Omega watch, his designer shoes, his credit cards. The image he projected was one of affluence and sophistication. But there was a problem. Alan didn't have the money to support this lifestyle. He was living far beyond his means, funded almost entirely by his parents. In February of 2014, just months before the murders, Alan had written on a blog about his shopping addiction. His words were revealing, almost prophetic in their honesty. He wrote, "There is no bigger rush than getting to the register at a store and swiping your credit card, and in that moment you are waiting for the screen to say approved. You start to get heart palpitations and you get a rush of adrenaline. By the time she is handing your stuff to you, you are so high on adrenaline. The $15,000 total does not even faze you until you've gotten home and seen the receipts. $15,000 on a single shopping trip for a college freshman. Alan's roommate at the University of Oklahoma would later confirm that Alan belonged to Shoppers Anonymous, a group for people struggling with compulsive spending. The roommate described Alan as very, very lavish, and said it was characteristic of him to just go out and buy things on a whim. But Alan's issues went beyond just shopping. There were darker patterns emerging. In July of 2013, before his senior year of high school, Alan had traveled to Europe. For 6 weeks he toured London, Paris, Naples, and Rome, documenting every moment on social media. He posted photos of himself at the Eiffel Tower, wearing expensive watches, dining at upscale restaurants. What his followers didn't know was that Alan had obtained an American Express credit card in his grandmother Janice's name, without her permission or knowledge. He used that fraudulent card to fund his European vacation, racking up charges totaling nearly $5,000. When he returned to the United States, his father John discovered what Alan had done and reported it to the police. Alan was charged with credit card fraud, a felony. In August of 2013, he pleaded guilty. The judge placed him on probation. With strict condition, he was ordered to attend alcohol and drug counseling sessions, and was not permitted to consume alcohol. But the credit card fraud wasn't the first violent incident involving Alan. About 2 years before the murders, there had been an altercation between Alan and his mother Joy over money. Alan had reportedly assaulted his mother during this argument. It was a disturbing preview of the violence he was capable of. His parents tried to help him. They paid for his education at the University of Oklahoma. They tried to set boundaries to teach him about financial responsibility. But Alan's spending continued unchecked. By October of 2014, John and Joy Hruby had reached a breaking point. They made a difficult decision. They would cut Alan off financially. No more unlimited access to money. No more funding his extravagant lifestyle. It was time for their son to learn the value of money, to understand that actions have consequences. For most 19-year-olds, this would be a wake-up call. A difficult but necessary lesson about growing up and becoming independent. For Alan and Hruby, it became a death sentence for his family. In early October of 2014, Alan began to formulate a plan. It was simple in its brutality. If he killed his parents and his sister, he would be the sole heir to the family estate. He would inherit everything. The newspaper, the house on Bent Tree Street, the money, all of it would be his, and no one could cut him off ever again. He owed $3,000 to a loan shark in Norman. His debts were mounting. His parents had stopped the flow of money. In Alan's mind, there was only one solution. On October 8th or 9th, Alan made his first trip from Norman back to Duncan. He knew his father kept a 9mm handgun in his pickup truck. Alan stole the weapon. The very next morning, October 9th, John and Hruby would report the gun stolen. But by then it was too late. That same day, October 9th, Alan was pulled over by Duncan police for a traffic violation. When asked for his identification, he gave officers a false name. He was issued a ticket and allowed to leave. It was a close call, but Alan had talked his way out of it. Later that morning, Alan made his second trip to Duncan. This time he would not be leaving without blood on his hands. He parked down the street from his family's home on Bent Tree Street, not wanting his black Jeep to be seen in the driveway. The Jeep had been a high school graduation gift from his parents, another symbol of their generosity that Alan had taken for granted. He sat in that Jeep and waited for his mother to be home alone, waited for the right moment, and then he made his move. Alan entered through the back door of the house. He knew the layout intimately. This was his childhood home. Every room held memories of birthday parties, Christmas mornings, family dinners. But on this day, none of that mattered. He found his mother Joy in the kitchen. According to Alan's later confession, he raised his father's 9mm handgun and shot her. The first bullet struck her and she fell to the floor. But she was still alive, still showing signs of life, so Alan shot her again. This time as she lay helpless on the kitchen floor. He aimed for her head. He wanted to make sure death was immediate. While this was happening, Catherine was outside washing her car in the driveway. She was 17 years old, living the normal life of a high school student. She probably heard the shots. She probably wondered what the noise was. And she made the fatal mistake of going inside to investigate. Catherine walked into the kitchen and saw the horror. Her mother lying on the floor, in a pool of blood, and her brother holding a gun. Alan didn't hesitate. He shot his sister once in the head. Catherine died almost instantly. According to Alan's confession, she never had a chance to scream, to run, process what was happening. Now Alan had killed 2 members of his family. But he wasn't done. He waited. For an entire hour, Alan Ruby stood in that kitchen with the bodies of his mother and sister on the floor. He waited for his father to come home from work. One can only imagine what went through his mind during that hour. Did he feel remorse? Did he consider calling 911? Did he think about what he had become? Whatever thoughts he had, it didn't stop him from what came next. When John Herby walked into his home that evening, he probably expected to find his wife and daughter perhaps preparing dinner or watching television. Instead, he found his son holding a gun. Alan fired at his father, aiming for his head. John Herby, a man who had provided for this young man his entire life, had only one word as the bullet struck him. Ouch. He fell to the ground, but he was still alive. He was showing signs of life, lying there on his kitchen floor, so Alan fired again. The second bullet ended his father's life. 3 people, his entire immediate family, all dead within the span of about an hour and 15 minutes. All killed by the son and brother they loved. Alan Ruby knew he had to act quickly. He couldn't leave any evidence that would tie him to the crime. He removed the DVR from the home surveillance system, which had recorded everything. He gathered his father's 9mm handgun, the murder weapon, and he drove to a nearby lake. Standing at the water's edge, Alan threw both the DVR and the gun into the lake. They disappeared beneath the surface, carrying with them the digital proof of what he had done. It was a calculated move, one that showed Alan understood exactly what he was doing. This was not a crime of passion. This was not an accident. This was premeditated murder, followed by a deliberate attempt to destroy evidence. But Alan had been even more clever than that. Before he had driven to Duncan that day, he had left his cell phone in his dorm room at the University of Oklahoma. He knew that if police checked his phone's location data, it would show that he had been in Norman, not Duncan. It would give him an alibi. Or so he thought. After disposing of the evidence, Alan drove back to Norman. He picked up his cell phone from his dorm room, and then, showing a chilling level of detachment from what he had just done, he prepared for a weekend of fun. It was October of 2014, and that meant one thing for college football fans in Oklahoma and Texas: the Red River rivalry. Every year, the University of Oklahoma Sooners play the University of Texas Longhorns at the Cotton Bowl in Dallas. It's one of the biggest games of the season, a weekend-long party for students from both schools. Alan had planned to attend. His parents had refused to give him money for the trip, which had been one of the final straws in their decision to cut him off financially. But now, with his parents dead, Alan was determined to go anyway. He had even violated the terms of his probation by planning this trip, as he was not supposed to leave the state. On Thursday evening, October 9th, just hours after murdering his family, Alan posted photos on social media from his dorm room window. The images showed the Oklahoma football stadium, lit up at night. "You could say we have a good view," he wrote, adding hashtags about how the dorm was his home. The irony was lost on no one later. Alan Ruby no longer had a home. He had destroyed it. Alan's college roommate, Andrew Berman, had traveled to Dallas for the game and had a ticket for Alan. They met at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Dallas, where Alan had booked a room. The Ritz-Carlton, one of the most expensive, luxurious hotels in the city. While his family lay dead on their kitchen floor, Alan Ruby was checking into a 5-star hotel. Berman would later describe the weekend to reporters, and his words were chilling. "We were laughing, making jokes. And he was hiding this, which is one of the scariest things." Berman said, "Nothing he ever did sent up any major red flags." Alan spent the weekend partying with friends. He didn't attend the actual football game, but he enjoyed the festivities around it. In the early hours of Sunday morning, October 12th, at 3:16 a.m., Alan posted a photo on Instagram and Twitter. It showed him with 2 friends, young man and woman, all smiling and relaxed. "College wouldn't be half as great without these 2 peaches," he wrote. Hashtag best friends, hashtag roomies. 3 people who cared about him, enjoying his company, completely unaware that they were spending time with someone who had killed 3 other people just days before. Andrew Berman would later say that being alone with Alan in his hotel room, less than 24 hours after the murders, knowing that Alan had seemed completely normal, was terrifying. Alan's ability to compartmentalize, to act as though nothing had happened, spoke to something deeply disturbing in his psychology. This was not someone overcome with grief or guilt. This was someone who had murdered his family and then gone on vacation. Monday morning, October 13th, 2014, 4 days after the murders. The Etterby family's housekeeper arrived at the house on Bentry Street as she did every Monday. She probably noticed that the house was quiet. Too quiet. She let herself in, perhaps calling out to see if anyone was home. And then she found them. John H. Ruby, Joy Tinker Ruby, Catherine Ruby, all 3 of them lying dead on the kitchen floor. Exactly where they had fallen. They had been there for 4 days in the October heat. The housekeeper immediately called 911. "I think they're dead," she told the dispatcher, her voice shaking. "They're ice cold." Within minutes, the Duncan Police Department and the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation arrived at the scene. Detective John Byers, who entered the home, would later describe it as one of the most chilling crime scenes he had ever witnessed. The savagery of it. The coldness. 3 members of the same family, murdered execution style in their own kitchen. Police Chief Danny Ford spoke to reporters later. "To kill your family over a dollar bill is hideous," he said. "It's beyond most people's ability to comprehend." Investigators quickly determined that this was not a murder-suicide. This was not a robbery gone wrong, though someone had attempted to make it look that way by removing certain items from the home. This was a triple homicide, and they needed to find out who had done this to the Ruby family. They didn't have to look far. That same afternoon, October 13th, Alan Ruby showed up at the crime scene on Bentry Street. His black Jeep pulled up, and he got out. To the officers there, his behavior was immediately suspicious. District Attorney Jason Hicks, who was at the scene, would later describe Alan's demeanor. "He was very nonchalant and a little cold and kind of calloused," Hicks said. "There were tears, but they seemed forced. Fake. Any tears that were shed were crocodile tears," Hicks added. Alan claimed he had just heard about his family's deaths and had rushed back from Norman, but his story didn't add up. Officers took him into custody, initially on the outstanding probation violation from his trip to Dallas. But Alan Ruby wasn't going anywhere. He was now the prime suspect in the murder of his entire family. October 14th, 2014. 1 day after the bodies were discovered, Alan Ruby sat in an interrogation room at the Duncan Police Department. Across from him were investigators from the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation. They had questions, so many questions. And slowly, methodically, they began to break down Alan's story. Where had he been on October 9th? Why had his cell phone been pinged in Norman, but witnesses placed his Jeep near Duncan? Why had he gone to Dallas when he was on probation and not supposed to leave Oklahoma? What about the stolen gun his father had reported missing? Alan's carefully constructed alibi began to crumble. The cell phone trick hadn't worked the way he thought it would. His Pike Pass, an electronic toll collection device, had recorded his trips to Duncan. His cell phone records showed inconsistencies. There was too much evidence, and Alan knew it. And so, after hours of questioning, Alan Joseph Ruby confessed. He told investigators everything. How he had stolen his father's gun. How he had waited for his mother to be home alone. How he had shot her twice, then his sister once, then waited an hour for his father. How he had disposed of the evidence in a lake. How he had left his phone in Norman as an alibi. How he had gone to Dallas to party while his family lay dead. When asked why he had done it, Alan's answer was simple and chilling. He felt if he murdered his family, he would be the only heir to the estate. District Attorney Hicks told reporters, $3,000. That's what Alan said he owed to a loan shark. $3,000 and the desire to maintain his lavish lifestyle without anyone to tell him no. That's what 3 lives were worth to Alan Ruby. On October 15th, 2014, Alan Joseph Ruby was formally charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder. He appeared at his arraignment in chains, wearing orange jail clothes. Witnesses said he was crying, his voice soft, but District Attorney Hicks was unmoved. "I think the only remorse we've seen out of him is that he's been caught," Hicks said at a press conference. "I tend to think this is a very heinous and atrocious crime. This shows the fact there was no remorse. This shows this was an evil person." The case attracted national attention. How could a 19-year-old college student murder his entire family in cold blood, then go party in Dallas as though nothing had happened? What kind of person could do such a thing? Allen was held without bond in the Stevens County Jail. He was still serving time for his previous credit card fraud conviction, having stolen from his grandmother and used the card in Europe. Now he faced the possibility of the death penalty. In June of 2015, prosecutors filed notice that they would seek capital punishments. Alan Ashruby could face execution for what he had done. But something strange happened. In a letter to the Oklahoman newspaper dated June 29th, 2015, Allen wrote about his crimes. The letter was filled with misspellings and grammatical errors. But its message was clear. "I 100% welcome the death penalty," Allen wrote. "What occurred is so horrible it is deserved. It is so unspeakable." He claimed his tears had been real. "Tears have all been real. I lost my entire family at once. How could they not be real?" he wrote. He insisted he was still trying to figure out why he had done what he did. "I'm still trying to work it out. Trying to figure all of this out." And he disputed the motive that prosecutors had presented. "This didn't happen because of shopping. My shopping wasn't something I or my parents could not pay. They just thought my spending was out of control. And it was. I didn't feel like myself that day, or whatever Allen's true motives were. Whatever psychological factors had driven him to commit such an act. The facts remained unchanged. 3 people were dead. A family was destroyed, and Alan Ashruby was responsible." March 10th, 2016, more than a year after the murders, Alan Ashruby, now 20 years old, appeared before District Judge Ken Graham in Stevens County District Court. He was there to change his plea. After months of legal maneuvering, a deal had been reached between his defense attorney, Mitch Solomon, and District Attorney Jason Hicks. The extended family of the victims had made their wishes known. They did not want to go through the trauma of a trial. They did not want to sit through weeks of testimony, hearing again and again the details of how their loved ones had died. They wanted closure. They wanted it to be over. And so the death penalty was taken off the table. In exchange, Allen would plead guilty to all 3 counts of first-degree murder. He would be sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. He would never be free again. The courtroom that day was filled with emotion. Allen stood in chains and orange jail clothes, visibly shaking. Members of Joy Herbie's family sat a few feet away, watching the man who had murdered their daughter, sister, mother. Judge Graham asked Allen to describe what he had done. In a low voice, barely above a whisper, Allen recounted the events of October 9th, 2014, how he had entered his home, how he had shot his mother, his sister, his father, how he had disposed of the evidence, how he had gone to Dallas. Joy Ashruby's father, Richard Stein Jr., spoke to the court. He was an elderly man who had lost his daughter and granddaughter in the most violent way imaginable. "We feel we can close this chapter and get on with our lives as best we can," he said. Then he turned to look at Alan Ashruby, the grandson of his deceased wife, the young man he had known since birth. "My only comment to the boy is, may God have mercy on your soul." A letter was read from John Ashruby's sister, Allison Ashruby Whitaker, who could not bring herself to attend the hearing. "I have known the killer since he was born and spent many holidays and vacation time as family over the years," she wrote. "The killer was part of our family, but no more. He has destroyed that family by his evil and insidious acts. If there were ever a definition of evil, it would be the killer who took our family. I want him never to hurt another soul or to ever see him again." Judge Graham accepted the plea deal and imposed the sentence: 3 consecutive life terms without parole. Allen would be transferred to the Oklahoma Department of Corrections, where he would remain for the rest of his life. But there was one more condition. As part of the plea agreement, Alan Ashruby was forbidden from having any contact with his remaining family members, unless they initiated it. He was also forbidden from having any contact with the media. District Attorney Hicks explained that this was to prevent Allen from profiting from his crimes through book deals or movie rights. The family didn't want him to make money from their pain. He will never be out of prison again, Hicks said at a press conference after the hearing. The family told me they did not want to go to trial. They did not want the stress of this trial. This family deserves to have this case done, and it deserves finality. When asked if Allen had apologized during the hearing, Hicks's response was telling. I did not hear an apology come out of his mouth. He said, "You take the life of 3 people, and you don't have the decency to at least apologize for it. I think it reflects on who he is." Alan Joseph E. Truby is currently incarcerated at the R.B. Dick Connor Correctional Center in Hominy, Oklahoma. He is serving 3 consecutive life sentences. He will die in prison. That much is certain, but the questions remain. What makes a person capable of such evil? How does a 19-year-old raised in a loving home by parents who provided for him, who gave him every advantage, decide that the answer to his financial problems is to murder his entire family? Was it the shopping addiction, as prosecutors initially suggested? Allen himself disputed that, saying his parents could afford his spending, and that something else had driven him to commit these acts. But what? Was it entitlement? A sense that he deserved a certain lifestyle and that anyone who stood in the way of that lifestyle, even his own parents, was expendable? Was it a personality disorder? Psychopathy? A complete inability to feel empathy or remorse for others? Or was it something simpler and more terrifying? Pure selfishness. The belief that his wants, his needs, his desires were more important than 3 human lives. Perhaps we'll never fully understand what goes on in the mind of someone like Allen Ruby. His roommate Andrew Berman's words echo in the mind. Nothing he ever did sent up any major red flags. On the surface, Allen seemed like a normal college student, a bit materialistic, a bit entitled, but nothing that suggested he was capable of murder. And yet, when faced with the prospect of being cut off financially, of having to take responsibility for his spending, of having to grow up and live within his means, Allen made a choice. He chose murder. He chose to take the lives of the 3 people who loved him most in the world. The funeral for John, Joy, and Catherine A. Truby was held on October 19th, 2014. Hundreds of people attended to pay their respects to a family that had been such a vital part of the Duncan community. John's colleagues from the newspaper industry, Joy's friends from church and volunteer organizations, Catherine's classmates and teachers from Duncan High School. The 3 victims were buried together, a family united even in death. The way they should have been able to live. In Duncan, the house on Bent Tree Street stands as a reminder of what happened there. Some say they can never drive past it without thinking of the family that died inside. The Marlowe Review, the newspaper that John Ruby had poured his heart into, continued publication, though it would never be quite the same without its longtime publisher. Catherine Truby's classmates graduated without her. They crossed the stage at Duncan High School in 2015, accepting diplomas and looking toward their futures that Catherine would never have, and in a prison cell in Hominy, Oklahoma. Allen Ruby sits with the knowledge of what he has done. Whether he feels true remorse, whether he has gained insight into the darkness that drove him to commit these acts, we may never know. He is forbidden from speaking to the media. He is cut off from what remains of his family. He has lost everything he thought he wanted. The case of Allen Ruby remains one of the most disturbing examples of familial homicide in recent American history. Not because of the method, though the coldness of execution-style shootings is chilling. Not because of the number of victims, though 3 lives lost is 3 too many. But because of the why. Because Allen Ruby had everything, and it wasn't enough. Because he was given love, support, and opportunities that many people never receive. Because when faced with the simple consequence of having to live within his means, he chose to kill rather than to change. In his letter to the Oklahoman, Allen wrote, "I'm still trying to work it out, trying to figure all of this out." Perhaps that's the most honest thing he ever said, because the rest of us are trying to figure it out too. Trying to understand how a son becomes a killer, how a brother becomes a murderer, how a family breakfast table becomes a crime scene. The case of Allen Ruby offers no easy answers. It offers no redemption, no moment of catharsis where everything makes sense. It simply exists as a reminder that evil can wear a familiar face, that it can grow up in a loving home, that it can smile for photographs and post on social media and seem to all outward appearances normal. Until the day it decides that 3 lives are worth less than $3,000 and a weekend at the Ritz-Carlton. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep, you might think about the Shrewby family. Not about how they died, but about how they lived. John, dedicating his life to journalism and his community. Joy, supporting her husband and raising her children with love. Catherine, 17-year-old girl with dreams and plans and a future she would never see. They were ordinary people living ordinary lives in a small Oklahoma town. They loved their son. They tried to help him, even when that help meant setting boundaries and saying no. They didn't deserve what happened to them. No one does. As for Alan Shrewby, he serves as a cautionary tale, a reminder that privilege and opportunity mean end without character, that things, no matter how expensive or luxurious, can never fill the emptiness inside a person who lacks empathy and compassion. But when we value possessions over people, we lose our humanity. 3 consecutive life sentences. No possibility of parole. For most of us, that sounds like justice. But no sentence can bring back John Shrewby. No prison term can undo the loss of Joy and Catherine. The victims remain gone, their lives cut short by senseless violence. And somewhere in Oklahoma, the remaining members of the Shrewby family try to move forward, carrying the weight of their loss, living in a world forever changed by the actions of someone they once loved. This is the case of Alan Shrewby. A case without heroes, without redemption, without a happy ending. Just a tragedy that reminds us of the capacity for darkness that exists in the human heart, and the precious fragility of the lives we hold dear. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. There are moments in life that crystallize everything. Moments where a single decision reveals who we truly are. For 18-year-old Kaylin Fango, that moment came when she saw 2 pink lines on a pregnancy test and made the choice that would cost her everything. This is a story about courage, about a young mother who stood firm in her convictions, and about the devastating consequences when control becomes more important than life itself. As we settle in, let the darkness around you grow comfortable, and listen to the story of Kaylin Marie Fiengo. Kaylin Marie Fiengo was born on February 20th, 2004, in Longwood, Florida, to parents Pasquale Fiengo and Sarah Ashley Schweikert. From the very beginning, there was something special about this girl. She was described as having an old soul, someone who, even as a child, had the wisdom and presence of someone who had lived many lifetimes. Those who knew her would later say that talking to Kaylin felt like reconnecting with an old friend. No matter how recently you'd met her, she made friends everywhere she went, drawing people to her with an effortless warmth. But beneath that fun-loving exterior was someone who faced challenges that set her apart from her peers. Kaylin grew up in the St. Cloud and Sanford area of Florida, about 25 miles north of Orlando. She was part of a blended family with siblings who adored her. Her mother Sarah would later remember her as vivacious, loving, funny, and caring, while family members spoke of how she was a loving big sister to her brother Blaze and sisters Addie and Aubrey. But Kaylin's path through adolescence took an unexpected turn that would fundamentally change her trajectory. She became pregnant while still in high school. For many teenagers, this would have derailed their education entirely. Not Kaylin. She graduated high school early, despite being a young mother, with her graduation cap bearing the proud declaration, "Mommy did it." That phrase, simple but powerful, said everything about who Kaylin was. She didn't make excuses. She didn't give up. She faced her responsibilities head-on. Her son's name was Ace, and by November 2022, he was just 1 year old. According to her father, Ricky Finjo, as soon as Kaylin gave birth, she took her role as a mother very seriously. This wasn't a teenage mother who resented her circumstances, or treated motherhood as a burden. Kaylin loved being a mother. She loved spending time with her son, her siblings, and her friends. Those quiet moments reading to Ace, watching him discover the world, seeing his little face light up when she walked into her room. These were the moments that defined Kaylin's life in late 2022. At 18, she had already proven herself to be resilient, determined, and devoted. She had her whole life ahead of her. Plans were forming, dreams were taking shape. She was building something. And then in the autumn of 2022, Kaylin discovered she was pregnant again. The pregnancy test sat on the bathroom counter. The two lines unmistakable. Kaylin was 12 weeks along, approaching the end of her first trimester. This baby was real growing, already developing tiny fingers and toes, already becoming a person. The father was a 21-year-old man named Donovan Faison. He was born on June 10th, 2002, making him about 3 years older than Kaylin. Their relationship was complicated, the kind of entanglement that happens when emotions override logic. When Kaylin first told Faison about the pregnancy, she sent him a photo of 2 positive pregnancy tests. Perhaps she hoped for support. Perhaps she expected acceptance. What she received instead was denial and fury. Faison's immediate response was to accuse her of lying. Then came a single-word text message, stark in its absoluteness. Abortion. For Faison, this pregnancy represented a catastrophic threat. He was living with another woman who suspected him of cheating. The web of lies he had woven was unraveling, and Kaylin's pregnancy threatened to expose everything. His double life was collapsing, and in his mind there was only one solution. The pregnancy had to end. But Kaylin refused. In the weeks leading up to November 2022, Kaylin and Faison had multiple arguments, and the focus was always the same: her pregnancy. He demanded, she declined. He pressured, she stood firm. But think about what that must have been like for her. 18 years old, already raising a 1-year-old, facing down a man who was supposed to care about her but who instead was demanding she terminate her pregnancy. The pressure must have been immense, the fear palpable. But Kaylin had made her choice. As a family member would later say at the conclusion of Faison's trial, what she did was brave. She chose her child at the end of the day. As October turned to November, Faison's anger intensified. The arguments became more frequent, more heated. Kaylin wasn't backing down, and that infuriated him. In his mind, she was being unreasonable, selfish even. How dare she refuse to solve his problem? And then sometime before November 11th, 2022, Faison sent a text message to a friend. The message was chilling in its casual brutality. On my brother's grave, I'm gonna crop her out. Crop her out. As if Kaylin were merely an unwanted element in a photograph. As if a human life, 2 human lives, could simply be erased with the press of a button. Digital forensics experts with the Seminole County Sheriff's Office would later discover these messages. The text messages between Faison and Fiengo revealed his displeasure about the pregnancy in stark terms. But it was that message to his friend that revealed intent. It was a threat, a promise, a preview of what was coming. Prosecutor Dominic Leo would later tell the jury during closing arguments. Phones are an extension of your mind, your body. It's the reason we can give you clear, convincing evidence. He said he was going to do it, then he did it. The police got the right guy. Shortly after sending that text message to his friend, Faison reached out to Kaylin. He convinced her to meet him. Perhaps he seemed calmer. Perhaps he suggested they could talk things through. Perhaps Kaylin, ever hopeful, thought they might finally reach some kind of understanding. The meeting place would be Coastline Park in Sanford, a quiet area at 900 West 9th Street. Kaylin told a friend she was going to the park to meet Faison. That detail would prove crucial to the investigation. On the evening of November 11th, 2022, Kaylin drove to Coastline Park. Somewhere in her car, perhaps tucked in her purse or resting on the passenger seat, was an ultrasound image of her unborn child. A small black and white photo showing the tiny form of the baby growing inside her. Picture the scene. A parking lot near Coastline Park on a Friday night in November. The time was approaching 11:20 p.m. Most of the city was winding down, people settling into their homes for the evening, unaware of the tragedy unfolding in that quiet parking lot. A Sanford police officer was patrolling the area when he noticed a vehicle backed into a parking spot. The vehicle appeared to be running. Something about the scene didn't feel right. The car was just sitting there, engine running, no one moving inside. The officer approached the vehicle cautiously. As he drew closer, he could see someone in the driver's seat. It was a white female, later identified as Kaylin Fiengo, dead from an apparent gunshot wound. The fatal wound was to her head. Death would have been quick, but in those final moments, what must have gone through Kaylin's mind? Did she see Faison approaching with the gun? Did she try to reason with him? Did she plead for her life? For the life of their unborn child? Just a few feet from her body, investigators found that ultrasound image, a haunting reminder of the second life lost that night. It was later confirmed that Kaylin was pregnant and at the end of her first trimester when she was killed. The crime scene told a grim story. This wasn't a random act of violence. This wasn't a robbery gone wrong. Someone had lured Kaylin to this location with the specific intention of killing her. Back at home, Kaylin's 1-year-old son Ace was with his father, completely unaware that his mother would never come home to him again. When Ricky Fiengo learned his daughter was dead, his world shattered. In the days following the murder, he described feeling like he was basically in a black tunnel, just sitting here. He remembered Kaylin as a mother, happy girl, likes to joke around. She was just a fun-loving, happy person. But beneath his grief was something else. A father's intuition that something was very wrong about how his daughter died. From the very beginning, Ricky believed his daughter had been targeted. I believe she was, he told reporters. Deep down a feeling I believe she was. He was right to be suspicious. Police statements indicated that investigators believed Kaylin went to the location to meet someone she knew, and that the incident was isolated. This wasn't a stranger danger situation. Kaylin knew her killer. Sanford Police Chief Cecil Smith addressed the community, saying, "The senselessness of this type of violence is infuriating. Kaylin was a young mother who had her whole life ahead of her. This violence and destruction won't be tolerated in our community." In his grief, Ricky made a public plea. "I just want people, if they know something, to say something." The family was desperate for answers. Desperate for justice. Someone out there knew what happened. Someone could help bring Kaylin's killer to justice. Balloons and lit candles began appearing at the park, tributes to a life cut far too short. A GoFundMe was established to help with funeral expenses. The community rallied around the Fingo family, but no amount of support could fill the void Kaylin left behind. Sarah Schweikert, Kaylin's mother, released a statement that captured the magnitude of the loss. "She is a loss for many, but for her mom an empty hole in my heart that will never heal." Ricky thought about his grandson, now motherless. "I feel devastated. I mean, in a way the baby is young, so I guess it's better that he's not going to feel that pain. It's just going to take a village. It's going to take all of us to help and chip in to raise that child and let that child know how great his mother was." But the investigation was just beginning. Sanford Police Chief Cecil Smith described what followed as an exhaustive investigation lasting almost 10 months. "Our investigators have made sure every possible shred of evidence was processed and analyzed in order to bring Kaylin's killer to justice." Smith said, "The key to cracking the case lay in digital forensics. In the modern era, our phones carry secrets we don't even realize we're keeping. Every text message, every call log, every location ping, it all leaves a digital trail." Detective Geraldine Blay Raffo of the Seminole County Sheriff's Office Digital Forensics Unit played a crucial role, lending her expertise to help investigators piece together what happened in the weeks before Kaylin's murder. The investigators discovered the text messages between Kaylin and Faison. They found his angry responses to her pregnancy announcement. They uncovered his demands for an abortion. They located the threatening message he sent to his friend. "On my brother's grave, I'm going to crop her out." Through their investigation, detectives determined that Kaylin went to Coastline Park the night of the homicide specifically to meet Donovan Faison. They established that in the weeks before the homicide, Kaylin and Faison had multiple arguments focused on Kaylin's pregnancy, and that Faison wanted Kaylin to terminate the pregnancy. Investigators concluded that Kaylin's refusal to get an abortion was the probable motive for the homicide. The evidence was building. The digital trail was clear, but investigators needed to be thorough. They couldn't afford any mistakes. Kaylin's family deserved justice, and that meant building an airtight case. On August 29th, 2023, nearly 10 months after Kaylin's murder, the Sanford Police Department's Neighborhood Response Unit located and arrested Donovan Faison without incident. He was charged with 2 counts of felony homicide, one for Kaylin and one for the unborn child. Under Florida law, the killing of a viable fetus could be prosecuted as a separate homicide. At the time of his arrest, Faison was 21 years old. Chief Smith said, "This beautiful young woman and mother was taken from this world far too soon. And in a horrific way, we hope that today's arrest brings the slightest amount of peace for Kaylin's family and the young son she left behind. It doesn't bring her back, but at least she will have the justice she deserves." For Kaylin's family, the arrest brought a complicated mix of emotions. Relief that someone was finally being held accountable, rage that it took so long, grief that no arrest could ever bring Kaylin back. But justice was still far from complete. The legal process was just beginning. Nearly 3 years after Kaylin's death, in October 2025, Donovan Faison's trial began in Seminole County. By now he was 23 years old, facing charges of first-degree murder, killing an unborn child, and burglary for shooting into the vehicle. The prosecution's case was methodical and devastating. They presented the text messages showing Faison's fury when he learned of the pregnancy. They introduced his threatening message to his friend. They walked the jury through the digital evidence that placed him at the scene. Prosecutors emphasized that Faison was angry and felt pressured because he was living with another woman who suspected him of cheating. His motivation was clear: eliminate the evidence of his affair, silence the witness to his betrayal. They highlighted how Faison persuaded Fiango to meet him at the park shortly after sending the threatening text to his friend. This showed premeditation. This showed planning. This showed intent. Circuit Judge Donna Garner presided over the trial. The evidence mounted. The digital trail led inexorably to one conclusion. A friend testified that Fiango had told her she was going to the park to meet Faison the night she was killed. This testimony placed Faison at the scene, confirming what the digital evidence already suggested. In his closing arguments, prosecutor Dominic Leo reminded the jury about the incriminating text. He said he was going to do it. Then he did it. The police got the right guy. The jury didn't need long to deliberate. After roughly 2 hours, they returned with their verdict. Guilty. Donovan Faison was convicted of first-degree murder and killing an unborn child. Outside the courtroom, Kaylin's aunt Tatiana Fiango spoke to reporters. She was so brave. She was so funny, so forgiving, Tatiana said. And we all miss her. It's not the same in our family. There's always something missing. Another family member, also named Tatiana, expressed relief. We've been waiting a long time for this. It doesn't bring her back. But at least he's not out hurting other people. But the trial wasn't over. Now came the most consequential decision of all. The penalty phase began on October 29, 2025. The question before the jury: should Donovan Faison be sentenced to life in prison or should he receive the death penalty? During the penalty phase, the jury heard testimony from Fiango's mother, father, aunt, and grandmother. They spoke about who Kaylin was, not just as a victim, but as a person, a daughter, a mother, a sister, someone with dreams and hopes and a future that was stolen. They also heard testimony from Faison's family, who asked for a life sentence instead of death. Even in the face of such horror, his family pleaded for mercy. The jury deliberated. Their decision came back 11-1 in favor of the death penalty. In Florida, a death penalty recommendation no longer needs to be unanimous, so the 11-1 vote was sufficient. But under Florida law, the final decision rests with the judge. A hearing to make that final determination has not yet been scheduled as of late October 2025. Whatever the ultimate sentence, nothing will bring Kaylin back. Nothing will give Ace his mother back. Nothing will heal the hole in Sarah Schweikert's heart. In the end, what are we left with? A story of senseless violence. A story of control taken to its most deadly extreme. A story of a young woman who chose courage when it would have been easier to give in. Homicide is the leading cause of death among pregnant women in the United States. And many of these homicides are linked to domestic violence situations. Kaylin's story is not unique, and that reality is perhaps the most heartbreaking aspect of all. Kaylin's obituary noted that she was preceded in death by her son Daniel Hanneman, a detail that adds another layer of tragedy to her story. She had already experienced the pain of losing a child, and now she herself was gone. She leaves behind parents who will never stop grieving. siblings who grew up without their big sister, and most tragically, a little boy named Ace, who will grow up knowing his mother only through stories and photographs. The family that survives her parents Pasqua Fingo and Sarah Ashley Schweikert, her sisters Anjali, Aubrey and Adeline, her brothers Elijah and Destin, her grandparents Anna Fingo, Pasqua Fingo III, and Ronald Vetter. They all carry forward the memory of who Kaylin was. They remember a fun-loving child with an old soul. They remember someone vivacious, loving, funny, and caring. They remember a young woman who graduated high school early, wearing a cap that proudly declared, "Mommy did it." And they remember a brave young woman who, when faced with an impossible choice, chose her child at the end of the day. Kaylin Marie Fiango was 18 years old when she died. Her life was taken on Friday, November 11th, 2022, in Sanford, Florida, due to senseless violence. She deserved so much more time, more love, more life. Her story reminds us that behind every crime statistic is a real person with hopes and dreams, with people who loved them, with a future that was stolen. Kaylin was real. Her son Ace is real. Their pain is real. And perhaps in remembering her story, in saying her name, in refusing to let her become just another statistic, we honor her memory in the only way we still can. Rest in peace, Kaylin Marie Fiango. Your courage will not be forgotten. If you're still awake and listening, check whether you've left your little goodnight comment. I always check your comments before I sleep too. And if you haven't already, don't forget to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. Tonight we're going to examine a case that shook Indianapolis to its core in the winter of 2015. It's a story about faith, tragedy, and the devastating consequences of a random act of violence that forever changed multiple families. This is the story of Amanda Blackburn, a young woman whose life was taken far too soon. The morning of November 10th, 2015, began like countless others in the quiet northwest Indianapolis neighborhood near 38th Street and West Kessler Boulevard North Drive. The houses on Sunnyfield Court were modest but well kept, the kind of place where people knew their neighbors and felt safe leaving their doors unlocked. In one of these homes lived the Blackburn family. 28-year-old Amanda Blackburn was still asleep that morning, exhausted from the early stages of pregnancy. She was 12 weeks along, expecting her second child with her husband Davey. Their 15-month-old son Weston slept peacefully in his crib nearby. Amanda and Davey had moved to Indianapolis from South Carolina back in January of 2012. They were young, idealistic, and driven by what they believed was a calling. Davey wanted to start a church, one that would connect with people who normally wouldn't step foot in a traditional religious setting. They called it Resonate Church, and it had grown from nothing to a congregation of about 150 people. Amanda had thrown herself into this mission with everything she had. Those who knew her described her as someone who loved unconditionally, who gave hope to people who felt hopeless. She had made it her life's calling to serve others, to make everyone around her feel valued and seen. Even more than that, she wanted to share her faith with as many people as possible. The couple had documented their life together on social media and YouTube. They were open about their marriage, their ministry, and their dreams for the future. In one video filmed during what they called a romantic getaway to Chicago, they had offered marriage advice to their followers. Davey had said, "You can lead your wife best by just being a really good godly example to her." They seemed happy, genuine, and deeply in love. That morning, Davey had risen early, around 4:30. It was his routine. He read his Bible for a while in the quiet of the early morning, then prepared to head to the gym. They only had one house key at the time, and it was on Amanda's keyring, so as he left around 6 o'clock, Davey left the front door unlocked. It was a decision that would haunt him forever. While Davey drove to the local LA Fitness and began his workout, 3 young men were prowling through the neighborhood in a stolen vehicle. Larry Joe Taylor, 18 years old, Jalen Watson, 21, and Deano Gordon, 24. They were looking for targets, for easy money, for anything they could take. Their night of crime had begun hours earlier, sometime before 5:30 that morning. The darkness provided cover as they crept through the quiet streets, looking for opportunities. Their first target was a home where they found an unlocked door. Moving quietly, they entered while the residents slept upstairs. They took what they could find, a laptop, a purse, car keys, and an iPhone from the bedroom. But as they ransacked the house, they discovered something that made Taylor nervous. A video camera had been recording them. Their faces were on tape. According to what was later shared with police by someone who was there, Taylor wanted to kill the sleeping occupant. He had been seen on camera, and he didn't want to leave a witness. But Watson and Gordon talked him down. They convinced him to leave, to keep moving, so they took the stolen car and drove away, leaving the resident alive and unaware of how close they had come to tragedy. But they weren't done. Their appetite for crime hadn't been satisfied. They decided they wanted more money. The court documents would later state, so they drove to another house, this one with a patio window that looked easy to breach. Inside this second home, they helped themselves to whatever caught their eye. 4 televisions, another laptop, jewelry, oddly a bag of oranges, and a pink sweater that would later become a crucial piece of evidence. They also found alcohol and drank some of it right there in the house. They loaded the televisions into the trunk of the stolen car they had parked in the garage. As they finished gathering their loot, Taylor noticed something through a window. A man was leaving the house next door. He watched as Davy Blackburn got into his vehicle and drove away in the early morning darkness. An unlocked door, an occupied house, with the man of the house gone. It was too tempting to pass up. They decided that would be their next burglary target, the document stated. Amanda Blackburn had no warning. She had no reason to believe that morning would be any different from countless others. She was home with her toddler son, probably planning to get up soon, to start her day, to tend to Weston when he woke. The 3 men approached the Blackburn house. The unlocked front door opened easily. They were inside within seconds. What happened next would become a matter of court testimony, reconstructed from the accounts of Watson and Gordon, who would later cooperate with prosecutors in exchange for reduced sentences. According to their statements, all 3 men entered the home initially. They confronted Amanda, and Taylor struck her in the mouth with his gun. Watson and Gordon testified that they made a decision at that point. They would leave Taylor alone in the house while they went to find an ATM. Amanda had debit cards, and they wanted to drain whatever money they could from her accounts. So they left, taking the cards with them, while Taylor remained behind with Amanda and her sleeping child. What occurred during those minutes when Taylor was alone with Amanda would emerge in horrific detail during the investigation and trial. According to the evidence and testimony presented in court, Taylor attempted to sexually assault Amanda. When she resisted, when she tried to defend herself, Taylor's response was brutal and final. He shot her.
Not once, but 3 times.
In the head.
In the back. In the arm.
And then, according to the testimony of his accomplices, based on what Taylor himself later told them, he stood over her and watched her bleed. He leaned down close to her face and watched the life drain from her body. When Watson and Gordon returned from their failed ATM attempts, they had managed to withdraw $400 from one machine after failing to get $500 from another. Taylor was casual about what he had done. "I smoked her," he allegedly told them. He said she had charged at him, and he had shot her so he wouldn't be scratched. He described how he had leaned over her body and shot her in the back of the head, how he had looked at her face and watched her bleed. The 3 men left the Blackburn house and continued their spree, hitting at least one more residence before finally abandoning their stolen vehicle and scattering. Davy Blackburn finished his workout around 7 o'clock that morning and got into his car to head home. A friend called him and they began talking. The conversation continued as he pulled into his driveway shortly after 8. Not wanting to wake Amanda or Weston with his voice, Davy stayed in the car in the driveway, finishing his phone conversation. When he finally ended the call and entered his house, he found a scene that would shatter his world forever. Amanda was lying face down on the floor near their fireplace and Christmas tree. She was naked from the waist down. She was unconscious and bleeding heavily. Davy immediately called 911. The recording of that call captured his panic, his confusion, his desperate hope that somehow this could be fixed. Paramedics arrived quickly and rushed Amanda to Indiana University Methodist Hospital. She was in critical condition, clinging to life. Little Weston miraculously was found unharmed in his crib. He had slept through the entire ordeal. The doctors at the hospital worked to save Amanda, but the damage was too severe. She had been shot in the head at close range. 24 hours after being found, on November 11th, 2015, Amanda Blackburn died. With her died her unborn daughter, whom the family would name Everett Grace Blackburn, Evie for short. The Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department responded with urgency. Commander Dawn Snyder spoke to the media the day after the shooting, her voice heavy with the weight of what had happened. "What happened yesterday is pure evil," she said. "It is a terrible thing to happen to this family and to our community. I know that we're going to find the people responsible for this, and they will be held accountable." The police quickly realized this wasn't an isolated incident. There had been other break-ins reported that morning in the same neighborhood. Houses had been burglarized, items stolen, cars taken. They began to piece together a pattern. Within hours, police had released grainy surveillance footage of a young man spotted near the Blackburn home that morning. At a news conference on November 13th, just 3 days after the attack, Captain Craig Converse told reporters, "We know who killed her. At least we have a picture of him, but we don't know the name." The investigation moved quickly. Detectives from the Violent Crimes Unit worked with the Gangs Unit and federal marshals. They followed every lead, analyzed every piece of evidence. They conducted DNA testing, tracked phone records, canvassed neighborhoods. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source: the pink sweater stolen from the second burglary. The suspects had used it to cover a face while attempting to withdraw money from ATMs using Amanda's card. When the sweater was recovered and tested, it yielded DNA evidence. That DNA matched Jalen Watson, who was already in the system. 10 days after Amanda died in the hospital, on Sunday night, November 22nd, police made their first arrest. Larry Joe Taylor Jr. was taken into custody and initially charged with murder. The next day, Jalen Watson was also arrested. The Indianapolis police chief, Rick Height, praised his officers and federal partners for their work. "Our detectives have worked tirelessly, going days without sleep, to solve murders in our city," he said. With the assistance of Assistant U.S. Attorney Josh Minkler and Prosecutor Terry Curry, justice will be done. In December, Deano Gordon was arrested on a parole violation and charged with burglary-related offenses, though he would not face murder charges since he had not entered the Blackburn home during the attack. As news of the arrests spread, Davy Blackburn released a statement. It was remarkable for what it said about his faith and his attempt to find meaning in the midst of unimaginable pain. "Though everything inside of me wants to hate, be angry, and slip into despair, I choose the route of forgiveness, grace, and hope," he wrote. "If there is one thing I've learned from Amanda in the 10 years we were together, it's this. Choosing to let my emotions drive my decisions is a recipe for a hopeless and fruitless life. Today I am deciding to love, not hate." But privately, Davy would later admit, the path to forgiveness was more complicated than his public statements suggested. In a Facebook Live broadcast years later, he confessed to the rage he had felt when he first saw the faces of the men accused of killing his wife. "When I first saw on the news the guys that now stand trial for having killed my wife, like up to that moment, I was dealing with a lot of sadness, just a lot of intense, deep, deep grief," he said. "But when I saw their faces, immediately I experienced something I've never experienced before in my life. I experienced a deep, dark, scary, frightening rage. I never experienced that before, and honestly, it freaked me out. I mean, to be honest with you, it would have been so much easier for me to dismiss things if I hadn't seen that." He described those emotions as welling up inside him like cancer. It was only by confronting them, by acknowledging them, that he could begin to work through them. Amanda's family also struggled with their loss. Her father, Phil Byers, was a pastor at the First Baptist Church in Elkhart, Indiana. He and his wife, Robin, had raised Amanda and her sister, Amber, to have deep Christian faith. That faith would be tested in ways they never imagined. The day before Amanda was killed, she and Amber had been together at an indoor play park in Indianapolis. They had laughed, talked, watched their children play. A staff member had captured video footage of that day, which was later sent to the family after learning of Amanda's death. It became one of the last precious memories they had of her alive and happy. The path to justice would be long and complicated. Larry Taylor, Jalen Watson, and Deano Gordon were all charged initially. Watson and Gordon would eventually take plea deals, agreeing to testify against Taylor in exchange for reduced sentences and the dropping of murder charges. In April 2021, Watson was sentenced to 29 years in prison for robbery, resulting in serious bodily injury and 10 years each for 2 counts of burglary, to be served concurrently. After Taylor's conviction, Gordon would be sentenced to 30 years, with 25 in prison and 5 years of probation. But Taylor's case would be anything but straightforward. His trial was delayed multiple times. When a trial finally began in December 2021, a mistrial was declared during jury selection. Judge Grant Hawkins determined that some jurors had learned that Amanda had been pregnant at the time of her death, a fact the defense had successfully moved to keep from the jury since Taylor was not being charged with the death of the unborn child. The second trial was scheduled, but in June 2022 another mistrial was declared. This time, one of the jurors had told the others about the case's history in the court system, prejudicing the jury pool. The judge had no choice but to start over again. Finally, it was decided to proceed with a bench trial rather than a jury trial. In a bench trial, the judge hears all the evidence and makes the determination of guilt or innocence, rather than a jury. It was felt this would avoid the contamination issues that had plagued the previous attempts. In September 2022, nearly 7 years after Amanda's death, Larry Joe Taylor Jr. stood trial before Judge Grant Hawkins. Watson and Gordon both testified, describing their crime spree that morning and pointing to Taylor as the shooter. Physical evidence, DNA, phone records, surveillance footage, it all pointed to Taylor's guilt. Davy Blackburn took the stand as well. He described his morning routine, leaving the house with the door unlocked, coming home to find his wife dying on the floor. His parents, Amanda's parents, and several other family members and friends filled the courtroom gallery throughout the trial. The prosecution presented testimony that Taylor had been involved in other violent crimes that same month. He faced separate charges for murder and assault in crimes that had occurred just a week before Amanda was killed. This pattern of violence painted a picture of a dangerous young man who had shown no regard for human life. On September 22, 2022, Judge Hawkins delivered his verdict. He found Larry Joe Taylor Jr. guilty of murder, guilty of burglary with serious bodily injury, guilty of theft, guilty of criminal confinement, guilty of auto theft, guilty of carrying a handgun without a license, and guilty of an enhancement for causing the termination of a pregnancy. Taylor was found not guilty on charges of robbery in one of the murder counts. In total, he was convicted on 12 of the 14 counts he faced. Amanda's father, Phil Byers, spoke to reporters after the verdict. "We're grateful for the verdict," he said, "but we have been trusting in both the Lord and the system." The sentencing hearing took place sometime after the conviction. Before the judge imposed sentence, Amanda's family was given the opportunity to address the court. Her sister spoke. Her father spoke. And Davy spoke. They spoke of their loss, of the hole that Amanda's death had left in their lives. They spoke of missing her laugh, her warmth, her faith. They spoke of the children, Weston, who would grow up without his mother, and little Evie, who would never take a breath in this world. But remarkably, they also spoke of forgiveness. Despite their anger, despite their pain, Amanda's family offered Taylor forgiveness. They encouraged him to be more like Amanda, to choose love over hate, grace over vengeance, hope over despair. Davy Blackburn told the court, "We lost everything and more." The 2 other burglary victims also spoke at the sentencing, describing how the invasion of their homes had affected them, how the knowledge that they had been so close to violence had shaken their sense of security. Judge Hawkins sentenced Larry Joe Taylor Jr. to 86 years in the Indiana Department of Correction. The sentence included time for the murder of Amanda Blackburn, as well as the additional felonies related to the multiple burglaries that morning. Taylor's defense attorneys filed an appeal, claiming that Taylor's Miranda rights had not been read quickly enough, and that other procedures had been violated. But in 2024, the Indiana Court of Appeals upheld both the conviction and the sentence. Taylor would remain in prison. Marion County Prosecutor Ryan Mears released a statement after the sentencing. "Nearly 7 years after this tragic and senseless murder, justice has been secured for Amanda," he said. "I commend the Blackburn family and the community for the tremendous amount of patience and grace they have shown throughout this process. We hope that today's resolution provides finality to a very difficult chapter. In the years since her death, efforts have been made to honor Amanda's memory and continue her legacy. Phil and Robin Byers, Amanda's parents, established the Amanda Byers Blackburn Legacy Fund through the Community Foundation of Elkhart County. The fund was created to support causes that reflected Amanda's values: her love for children, her commitment to helping those with disabilities, her desire to create spaces where people could connect and find hope. There were plans to potentially develop a park in Amanda's name, a place where parents could bring their children to play, where families could gather, where those facing challenges could find moments of joy. The vision was inspired by Amanda's own love of such spaces. The day before her death, she and her sister Amber had taken their children to an indoor play park in Indianapolis, laughing and making memories that would become infinitely precious after her loss. Davy Blackburn eventually remarried. He stepped away from traditional pastoral ministry and became a motivational speaker. He developed faith-based courses designed to help people overcome pain and tragedy in their lives. His own journey through grief, through rage, through the slow process of healing, became the foundation for helping others navigate their own dark valleys. Resonate Church, the congregation that Davy and Amanda had poured their hearts into building, closed its doors in 2019. The dream they had shared together came to an end. Another casualty of that terrible November morning. But Amanda's impact on the people who knew her didn't end with her death. Those who had been part of Resonate Church, those who had been touched by her kindness and her faith, carried her memory forward. They remembered her as someone who loved unconditionally, who gave hope to the hopeless, who made everyone feel valued. David Bailey, a close friend and member of the congregation who had once coached Amanda's basketball team, was among those who encouraged the Byers family to create the Memorial Fund. He said Amanda had been a role model for everyday life. One of the things that characterized Amanda, her father Phil would say later, was that nothing was wasted in her life. Every interaction, every relationship, every moment, she had approached it all with intention and love. Even in death, the family was determined that her legacy would not be wasted. They wanted her life to continue bearing fruit, continue making a difference. The murder of Amanda Blackburn sent shockwaves far beyond Indianapolis. It became a national news story, partly because of the seemingly random nature of the crime, partly because of the victim's identity as a pastor's wife, and partly because of the sheer brutality of what had occurred. People across the country followed the case, grappled with questions about safety and evil and faith in the face of tragedy. How could something so terrible happen to someone so good? How could a random decision, leaving a door unlocked, lead to such devastating consequences? The case also raised difficult questions about crime patterns and violent offenders. Larry Taylor, at just 18 years old, had already shown himself capable of extreme violence. In addition to Amanda's murder, he faced charges for murder and assault and other incidents that had occurred around the same time. How had someone so young become so dangerous? What failures in the system, in the community, in his own life, had led to this point? There were no easy answers. And for those closest to the case, those questions were secondary to the more immediate reality of loss and grief. The neighborhood on Sunnyfield Court would never quite feel the same. The sense of safety that had allowed people to leave their doors unlocked, to trust in the basic goodness of their fellow human beings, had been shattered. People installed security systems, kept their doors locked, looked over their shoulders in ways they never had before. As we come to the end of this story, it's important to sit with the complexity of what happened that November morning in 2015. There's the randomness of it. How 3 men on a crime spree happened to notice a man leaving his house, happened to find an unlocked door, happened to encounter a young woman who resisted when violence was threatened. How a series of small decisions and terrible coincidences converged into tragedy. There's the brutality of it, the cold-bloodedness with which Larry Taylor shot Amanda Blackburn, the casual way he described watching her die, the lack of remorse he showed even after being caught and convicted. There's the courage of it, the way Amanda's family chose forgiveness, the way they tried to honor her memory by continuing her work, the way Davy pushed through rage and grief to find a path forward. And there's the sadness of it. A young woman dead, a child growing up without a mother, an unborn baby who never got to live, a family forever incomplete, a congregation scattered, a dream deferred. The case of Amanda Blackburn reminds us that evil exists in this world, that random acts of violence can shatter lives in an instant, that the choices we make, even small ones like leaving a door unlocked, can have consequences we never imagine. but it also reminds us of the resilience of the human spirits, of the power of faith to sustain people through unthinkable loss, of the importance of cherishing the people we love while we have them. Amanda Blackburn lived 28 years. In that time, she loved deeply, served generously, and impacted countless lives. She was a wife, a mother, a friend, a woman of faith. She died far too soon, in a manner far too cruel, but her legacy, the love she showed, the hope she shared, the example she set, continues. As for Larry Joe Taylor Jr., he sits in an Indiana prison, serving an 86-year sentence. Jalen Watson and Deano Gordon served their own sentences, their lives also forever altered by the choices they made that morning. The wheels of justice turned slowly in this case, but they did turn. 3 mistrials delayed the final reckoning, but in the end, Larry Taylor was held accountable for what he did. The legal system, for all its flaws and frustrations, did what it was designed to do. Whether that brings comfort to Amanda's family is hard to say. No sentence, no verdict can bring her back or erase the pain of her loss. But perhaps there is some small measure of peace in knowing that justice was done, that her killer will spend most or all of his life behind bars, that he cannot hurt anyone else. Please, I'm just putting it out there. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from, the time in your part of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still with me. And of course, if you haven't already, like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now, let's move on to our 4th story. Story 4. Tonight we journey to the small city of Russellville, Arkansas, where the winter of 2005 brought an unthinkable tragedy. This is a story about a young woman with dreams bigger than her small town, about love and loss, about justice that remains elusive even now, nearly 2 decades later. It's a story that asks difficult questions about truth, about evidence, and about what happens when certainty collides with reasonable doubt. This is the story of Nonna Dirksmeyer. Nonna Carol Dirksmeyer came into this world just after Christmas, on December 26, 1985, in Dover, Arkansas. She was a quiet child, the kind who observed more than she spoke, who felt deeply but kept her emotions carefully guarded. Those who knew her as a little girl spoke of someone thoughtful and introspective, someone who seemed to carry wisdom beyond her years. Growing up in small-town Arkansas, Nonna learned early that life could be both beautiful and painful. Behind the shy smile and careful demeanor lay a difficult truth. As a young child, Nonna had been sexually abused by her biological father, Paul Dirksmeyer. It was a secret she carried for years, a wound that shaped her understanding of vulnerability and trust. When her father passed away, the secret remained buried, known only to a select few. But Nonna didn't let her trauma define her entirely. Instead, she transformed it into purpose. As she grew older, she made a conscious decision. She would use her pain to help others, to ensure that children who suffered as she had would have someone to turn to, someone who understood. This mission became the driving force behind much of what she did in her short life. When Nonna's mother, Carol, remarried a man named Dwayne Depard, the family dynamic shifted. Dwayne was strict, with rules that felt suffocating to a young woman hungry for independence. The relationship between stepfather and stepdaughter never quite found its footing. They were cordial, respectful even, but the warmth of genuine connection eluded them. So when it came time for college, Nonna made a choice that would prove fateful. She would get her own apartment. Kevin Jones entered Nonna's life during their high school years in Dover. He was different from the other boys. Sensitive, musical, thoughtful. Kevin played the trumpet and was involved in wrestling, a study in contrast that somehow made sense. But it was music that truly connected them. Kevin with his brass instrument, and Nonna with her voice. She sang beautifully and had a particular fondness for opera. In the halls of their small-town high school, they found each other. Their relationship deepened slowly, built on shared interests and genuine affection. Kevin was gentle with Nonna in ways that mattered. He noticed things, he remembered things. And critically, Nonna trusted him enough to share the secret she'd carried for so long. She told Kevin about the abuse, about her father, about the scars that nobody could see. It was a testament to how deeply she trusted him. because Nana didn't let many people into her inner world. Their families became close as the relationship grew. Kevin's parents, Janice and Hiram Jones, welcomed Nona warmly. Janice, who worked as a school librarian, found Nona to be sweet and genuine. The Jones family owned a gas station in Dover, a modest business that kept them rooted in the community. They seemed like good people, the kind who went to church and looked after their neighbors. By 2005, both Nona and Kevin had graduated from high school and were navigating the uncertain waters of young adulthood. They'd started their first year of college together at Arkansas Tech University in Russellville, just 15 miles from Dover. But change was coming. Kevin had decided to transfer to the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville, some 90 minutes away. It wasn't an easy decision. Kevin later recalled that he didn't like the thought of being away from Nona, but his academic ambitions pulled him in that direction. They committed to making the long-distance relationship work. They texted constantly, called regularly, and Kevin made a habit of driving back to Russellville on weekends. Nona was usually quick with her responses. Kevin, by his own admission, was a slower texter, sometimes taking hours to reply. It became a running joke between them, one of those small quirks that define young love. Meanwhile, Nana was building her own life in Russellville. She had moved into an apartment at the Inglewood Apartments complex, a modest building that housed other students and young people. Her apartment was small, but it was hers, a space where she could breathe without the weight of her stepfather's rules. Nana Dirksmeyer was a beauty queen, but not for the reasons many people assumed. She didn't compete in pageants for the glamour or the attention. She competed because pageants gave her a platform, a voice that could reach further than it otherwise might. By 2005, Nona had earned the title of Miss Petit John Valley, and she was actively competing for larger crowns, including Miss Arkansas. But when she stood on stage in her gown and crown, when she smiled for the judges and answered their questions, she wasn't thinking about herself. She was thinking about the children who needed help, the ones who were suffering in silence as she once had. Nona used every opportunity that pageantry provided to raise awareness about child abuse. She spoke about prevention, about resources, about the importance of listening to children. She volunteered with an organization called Big Sisters, where she was paired with a young girl who needed a mentor. Nona took this role seriously. She wanted to be for this child what she wished she'd had when she was young. A safe person, someone who would listen without judgment, someone who would believe her. Those who knew Nana in this capacity remembered her dedication. She didn't just show up when it was convenient. She made time, carved space out of her busy student schedule to be present for this little girl. It meant something to her. This work, it gave meaning to her suffering. But Nana's life wasn't only about advocacy and academics. She was 19 years old, navigating the complex terrain of young adulthood. She had friends. She went to parties. She lived, and like many college students exploring their identity and independence, Nana's romantic life was more complicated than it might have appeared from the outside. While Kevin believed they were in an exclusive relationship, Nana had been seeing other people. There's no even she was deliberately deceptive. More that she was a young woman figuring out what she wanted, who she was when she wasn't defined by someone else's expectations. Several young men had been in contact with Nona in the weeks before December 15th. These connections would later become critical pieces of a puzzle that still hasn't been solved. The Thursday morning arrived cold and gray, the kind of winter day where the sun seems to struggle to break through the clouds. In her apartment at Inglewood, Nona woke to face what should have been an ordinary day. She had plans. That afternoon, she was scheduled to meet with her little sister through the Big Sisters program. It was an appointment she was looking forward to, one of those bright spots in the routine of college life. Before she went to bed the previous night, Nona had sent Kevin a text message. It read, "Good morning, Cuddle Muffin. I love you and hope you have a great day." It was sweet, affectionate, a kind of message that gave no hint of what was to come. Kevin, back in Dover, saw the message when he woke up around 9:30 that morning. He smiled, dozed a bit longer, then got up and went about his day. He stopped by the gas station his family owned, where his grandmother was working. She remembered seeing him there around 11:30 in the morning. They chatted briefly, and she gave him money for lunch. This small interaction, this moment that seemed insignificant at the time, would later become crucial evidence in a murder trial. From the gas station, Kevin drove to Bayou Ridge Cafe, where he had lunch. He paid, got a receipt, went about the mundane tasks of a Thursday afternoon. He sent emails to his academic advisor, stopped at an ATM to withdraw cash. All of these actions were documented, time-stamped, preserved in the digital and paper trail of modern life. Meanwhile, at some point during those morning and early afternoon hours, something terrible was happening in Nona's apartment. We don't know exactly when it started. We don't know if Nona heard a knock at her door or someone let themselves in with a key. We don't know if she was afraid in those final moments or if the attack came so suddenly that fear didn't have time to register. What we do know, from the forensic evidence later gathered, is that Nona died violently. The medical examiner would later testify that she was struck in the face multiple times. Blows consistent with palm heel slaps. There were defensive wounds on her body, suggesting she fought back, tried to protect herself. At some point during the attack, a knife was used. She was stabbed multiple times in the neck and shoulders. Though strangely, the stab wounds weren't typical of most knife attacks. The weapon seemed to have been used awkwardly, almost hesitantly, but it was the lamp that delivered the fatal blow. Someone picked up the floor lamp from Nona's living room, removed the base, and used it as a weapon. They struck her on the back of the head with tremendous force. The blow was so severe that it caused bruising on Nona's brain. This, the medical examiner would later conclude, was what killed her. When it was over, Nona's body lay on the floor of her apartment in a pool of blood. She was partially nude. The scene was chaotic, violent, suggesting a struggle and rage. And on the kitchen counter, clearly visible, sat an empty condom wrapper. The apartment fell silent. The little girl waiting to meet with her big sister would be disappointed that afternoon. Nona wouldn't show up for their appointments. She would never show up again. As the afternoon stretched into evening, Kevin Jones began to worry. He'd been trying to reach Nona all day. He'd sent texts, made calls, left messages. Nothing. The silence was unusual. Nona was typically responsive, quick to reply even if just with a brief message. This complete radio silence felt wrong. Kevin had promised his mother that he would escort her to the school's Christmas party that evening. Janice was the school librarian, and the holiday celebration was an important event. But as they prepared to leave, Kevin couldn't shake the gnawing anxiety in his gut. "Mom, I can't go to this party and wonder if she's okay," he told Janice. So Kevin called a friend named Ryan, who worked near Nona's apartment. He asked Ryan to check on her. Ryan drove to the Inglewood apartments, walked up to Nona's door and knocked. No answer. He noticed that the light was on upstairs, which suggested someone might be home, but repeated knocking yielded nothing. Ryan called Kevin back to report. That's when Kevin made the decision. He and his mother would drive to Russellville themselves. Ryan agreed to meet them there. They arrived at Nona's apartment shortly after 7 p.m. Kevin knocked on the door. Nothing. He knocked again, harder this time. Still nothing. Kevin had a key to Nona's apartment, but he'd left it at home, not expecting to need it. So he made his way around to the back of the building to see if the sliding glass door might be unlocked. It wasn't. Frustrated and increasingly anxious, Kevin returned to the front. He tried the door handle. It turned. The door swung open. What Kevin Jones saw in that moment would haunt him for the rest of his life. There, on the floor of the apartment, lay Nona. Her body was covered in blood. Her skin was pale, cold. The scene was a nightmare made real. The kind of image that burns itself into memory and refuses to fade. Kevin didn't think. He reacted. He rushed to Nona's side, calling her name. He picked her up, tried to lift her, some part of his brain refusing to accept what his eyes were telling him. He held her, prayed, hoped desperately that the worst wasn't happening. He straddled her body, pulled her arms toward him, sat there with her blood soaking into his clothes. His mother and Ryan heard Kevin's cries. They came inside, saw the horror, immediately called 911. "My girlfriend, she's not breathing," Kevin told the dispatcher. His voice was frantic, breaking. "There's blood everywhere. Please, you have to send someone." Paramedics arrived within minutes. So did the police. But there was nothing anyone could do. Nona Dirksmeyer was dead. Had been dead for hours by the time Kevin found her. The small apartment, which had been Nona's sanctuary, her space of independence, had become a crime scene. In the hours and days that followed, The Russellville Police Department launched a murder investigation. Leading the case was Detective Mark Frost. Working under Police Chief James Bacon, they were dealing with the first murder Russellville had seen in years, and the pressure from the community was immense. By law and by statistics, police knew that in cases of domestic homicide, the intimate partner is often the perpetrator. So naturally, Kevin Jones became their primary focus. He'd found the body. His palm print was on the lamp base that had been used to kill Nona. He was covered in her blood, and then there was the condom wrapper, sitting there on the kitchen counter like a neon sign pointing toward a motive. The theory developed quickly. Kevin had come to visit Nona that morning. He'd let himself in with his key. He'd seen the condom wrapper and realized Nona had been with another man. In a jealous rage, he'd attacked her, beaten her, stabbed her, killed her. Then, knowing he needed an alibi, he'd carefully established his whereabouts throughout the afternoon, creating a paper trail of receipts and timestamps. Finally, he'd orchestrated the discovery of the body, making sure he wasn't alone when it happened, so he'd have witnesses. 6 days after Nona's death, on December 21st, Detective Frost brought Kevin in for a lengthy interrogation. The session lasted hours, with Frost pressing Kevin repeatedly, insisting that he knew Kevin was guilty, that the evidence was overwhelming, that Kevin needed to confess. "You cannot deny this anymore. Okay, here's the deal. An altercation went down between you and Nona." Frost told Kevin, his voice hard with certainty. But Kevin maintained his innocence. Yes, he admitted he'd held Nona's body. Yes, that's probably how his handprint got on the lamp and how her blood got on his clothes. But he hadn't killed her. He loved her. The thought of hurting her was incomprehensible. During the interrogation, police confronted Kevin with information about Nona's other relationships. They told him she'd been seeing other men, that she'd been unfaithful. Kevin seemed genuinely shocked by this revelation. "Did you see the condom wrapper in the kitchen?" an investigator asked. "No," Kevin replied. "So there was one, then she was raped." "We don't know that." "So did you see it or touch it?" "I didn't even know it was there. She and I never used condoms." Police also administered a polygraph test. They told Kevin he'd failed it, though the person who conducted the test wasn't actually a certified polygraph examiner. It was, defense attorneys would later argue, simply a tactic to pressure Kevin into confessing. The investigation continued for months. Police interviewed Nona's friends, her family, the other men she'd been seeing. They built a timeline, analyzed evidence, constructed their case, and on March 31st, 2006, more than 3 months after Nona's death, Kevin Jones was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. The news rocked both Dover and Russellville. Kevin Jones, the quiet boy who played trumpet and loved Nona Dirksmeyer, was accused of beating her to death in a jealous rage. Nona's mother, Carol, believed the police. She turned against Kevin, the young man she'd once welcomed into her family. The community buzzed with rumors, speculation, judgment, but Kevin's family stood by him. Janice and Hiram Jones knew their son. They'd raised him. They'd seen how he was with Nona, how gentle and caring he'd been. They refused to believe he was capable of such violence. They hired lawyers, prepared for the fight of their lives. Kevin's defense team requested a change of venue, arguing that the pretrial publicity had been so extensive that he couldn't possibly get a fair trial in Russellville. The request was granted and the trial was moved to Ozark, nearly 30 miles away. The trial began with the prosecution laying out their theory. They argued that Kevin had driven from Dover to Russellville on the morning of December 15th, arriving at Nona's apartment around 10:55 a.m. He discovered evidence of her infidelity, snapped and killed her in a fit of rage. Then he'd carefully built an alibi for the rest of the day before discovering the body that evening. Their evidence included Kevin's palm print on the lamp, his blood-soaked clothes, his failed polygraph test, and testimony about his cell phone being turned off during the estimated time of death. They painted a picture of a jealous boyfriend who couldn't handle the truth about his girlfriend's other relationships. But the defense told a different story. They argued that the police had tunnel vision from the moment they arrived at the scene. They decided Kevin was guilty and ignored evidence that pointed elsewhere. The defense called Kevin's grandmother to testify. She stated clearly that she'd seen Kevin at the family gas station in Dover at 11:30 a.m. on December 15th. She remembered it distinctly because she'd given him lunch money. If her testimony was accurate, there simply hadn't been enough time for Kevin to drive from Dover to Russellville, commit a violent murder, clean himself up, and return to Dover to establish his alibi. They also pointed out that Kevin had no injuries on his body. The murder had been violent, a prolonged attack. The killer would almost certainly have sustained cuts, bruises, scratches, defensive wounds from Nona's struggle. Police had photographed Kevin's hands and body on the night of December 15th. There wasn't a mark on him. The defense argued that Kevin's palm print on the lamp could easily have been left when he found Nona's body and tried to help her. They noted that other unidentified fingerprints had been found at the scene that police had never fully investigated. And then there was the condom wrapper. Police had found it sitting on the kitchen counter, but they hadn't tested it for fingerprints. They hadn't sent it for DNA analysis. They'd simply assumed it was connected to Nona's other relationships, and used it to establish motive for Kevin. The defense painted a picture of a contaminated crime scene and a sloppy investigation. They noted that multiple paramedics and police officers had walked through the apartment, potentially disturbing evidence. Only one area had been properly fingerprinted. The investigation, they argued, had been rushed and incomplete. After hearing all the evidence, the jury deliberated, and when they returned, their verdict was clear. Not guilty, Kevin Jones was acquitted of murdering Nona Dirksmeyer. With Kevin Jones cleared of the charges, the case seemed to hit a dead end. Police maintained that they had no other suspects, but Kevin's family wasn't satisfied. They hired a part-time police officer named Todd Steffi to continue investigating independently. Steffi did something that should have been done immediately after Nona's murder. He sent the condom wrapper for DNA testing. The results came back showing male DNA that didn't belong to Kevin Jones. Now there was a new question. Whose DNA was it? The answer came from an unexpected source. A man named Gary Dunn was brought into the police station on an unrelated matter. While there, Todd Steffi managed to obtain a DNA sample from him. When the results came back, they matched the DNA found on the condom wrapper. Gary William Dunn was 40 years old. He lived in the Inglewood Apartments complex, in a unit directly across from Nona's. His apartment was positioned higher than hers, which meant he could stand at his front door or window and watch her comings and goings. Several residents of the complex would later testify that they'd seen Dunn standing outside, staring at Nona's apartment for extended periods. But what made Dunn an especially compelling suspect was his history. In 2002, he'd been convicted of second-degree battery after attacking a female jogger on the Bonadilla Trails in Russellville. According to the victim's testimony, she'd been running when she passed Dunn sitting on a bench beside the trail. As she rounded a curve, Dunn attacked her from behind, beating her with a large tree branch. The attack was savage, violent, and would have been fatal if the victim hadn't managed to fight him off and escape. Dunn had been charged with attempted murder in that case, though he was ultimately convicted only on the battery charge and sentenced to 6 years in prison. He'd been released in 2005, just 4 months before Nona's murder. When police had initially questioned Dunn after Nona's death, he told them he was out shopping with his mother on December 15th. He'd even provided receipts that appeared to confirm his alibi. But Todd Steffi noticed something interesting about those receipts. The dates on them were from December 13th, not December 15th. A bank processing delay had made the transactions appear to post on the 15th. But the actual purchases had been made 2 days earlier. Dunn's alibi was false. Additionally, Detective Frost's field notes from the original investigation suggested that he'd known all along that Dunn's alibi couldn't be verified. But in his official report to the prosecutor, Frost had stated that Dunn had passed a polygraph test and had a solid alibi. The field notes, which weren't disclosed to the defense during Kevin's trial, painted a very different picture. On the basis of this new evidence, Gary Dunn was arrested and charged with the first-degree murder of Nona Dirksmeyer. The prosecution's theory in Dunn's case was straightforward. They argued that Dunn had been fixated on Nona, watching her from his apartment. On December 15th, he'd entered her apartment with the intent to sexually assault her. When she resisted, he'd attacked her, using the lamp to kill her in a fit of rage. They presented the DNA evidence from the condom wrapper as proof that Dunn had been in Nona's apartment. They brought in the victim from the 2002 jogging trail attack to testify about Dunn's history of violence against women. They pointed out that Dunn's alibi had been fabricated, but the defense argued that the DNA evidence was inconclusive. Expert witnesses testified that the sample was only a partial match to Dunn's DNA, not a complete match. They questioned the chain of custody for the evidence. They pointed out that the condom wrapper could have been contaminated given how many people had walked through the crime scene before it was properly secured. And once again, the defense pointed the finger back at Kevin Jones. Even though Kevin had been acquitted, Dunn's attorneys argued that didn't mean he hadn't killed Nana. They rehashed all the evidence from Kevin's trial, the palm print, the blood on his clothes, the suspicious timing. The jury deliberated for days. They couldn't reach a unanimous verdict. The trial ended in a hung jury. Prosecutors decided to try again. A second trial was held, with largely the same evidence and arguments. The victim from the 2002 attack testified again, describing in vivid detail how Dunn had ambushed her on the trail. The DNA evidence was presented again. The defense again attacked the reliability of that evidence, and again suggested Kevin Jones was the real killer. Once more, the jury couldn't agree. Another hung jury. Prosecutors had to make a decision. Should they try Dunn a third time? The evidence was circumstantial. Two juries had been unable to convict. The case was expensive, emotionally draining for everyone involved, particularly for Nana's family. They decided not to pursue a third trial. The charges against Gary Dunn were dropped. After spending nearly 2 years in jail awaiting trial, Gary Dunn walked free. In the years following the trials, both Kevin Jones and Gary Dunn tried to rebuild their lives, though with vastly different trajectories. Kevin Jones returned to school, enrolling at the University of Arkansas at Little Rock's William H. Bowen School of Law. The ordeal he'd endured had changed him. He wanted to become a criminal defense attorney to help others who found themselves wrongfully accused. He met a woman named Katie, fell in love, got married. He tried to move forward, though the shadow of Nona's murder and the accusation he'd faced would never entirely leave him. Kevin's family paid a heavy price for his defense. They sold property including the family gas station and Hiram Jones's paid-off house. Kevin's grandmother sold a portion of her farm. The financial cost was estimated at over $500,000, but more than the money, there was the emotional toll. The years of uncertainty, the judgment from the community, the grief over losing Nana, compounded by the horror of being accused of killing her. Interestingly, after witnessing the evidence presented in Dunn's trials, Nona's mother Carol changed her mind. She no longer believed Kevin had killed her daughter. She reconciled with Kevin and his family, though the wounds from those years of estrangement would take time to heal. Gary Dunn, meanwhile, couldn't stay out of trouble. He was arrested on weapons charges and sent back to prison. Then in December 2018, 13 years after Nana's murder, Dunn committed new crimes that sent shockwaves through Russellville. On December 4th, 2018, the Russellville Police Department received multiple reports of a man approaching women and attempting to kidnap them. 3 separate women reported incidents within a short period of time. One woman was approached in a parking lot and managed to escape. Less than 17 minutes later, another woman called police from a church parking lot, reporting that a man had tried to force her into a vehicle. She'd broken free and run. Police issued a be-on-the-lookout advisory with descriptions provided by the victims. When Dardanelle police stopped a vehicle matching that description, the driver was Gary Dunn. When police searched the vehicle, they found ropes and knives. One of the intended victims that night was a young woman named Riley Wagner, who would go on to be crowned Miss Arkansas USA in 2022. Wagner later spoke publicly about her encounter with Dunn, crediting her awareness of her surroundings with saving her life. She'd grown up hearing about Nona Dirksmeyer's murder, as her mother had warned her to be extra cautious because she too competed in pageants. Dunn was convicted of attempted kidnapping and sentenced to 15 years in prison, though he would only be required to serve a third of that sentence. As of this recording, he remains incarcerated at the Arkansas Department of Correction Wrightsville Unit. Nearly 20 years after Nona Dirksmeyer's murder, the case remains officially unsolved. No one has been convicted of taking her life. The question that haunts everyone who's followed this case is simple but profound. Who killed Nona Dirksmeyer? Was it Kevin Jones? As Detective Frost still believes to this day. Frost has stated publicly that he remains convinced Kevin was the killer, that a jury simply couldn't see past reasonable doubt to convict him. He points to the palm print, the bloody clothes, the suspicious timeline, the gut instinct that Kevin's behavior after the murder was too calculated, too deliberately establishing an alibi. Or was it Gary Dunn, a man with a documented history of violence against women, whose DNA was found at the crime scene, who lived across from Nona and had ample opportunity to watch her, to become fixated on her. The fact that he went on to attempt to kidnap other women certainly suggests a pattern of predatory behavior. But there's a third possibility that haunts the edges of this case. What if it was someone else entirely? What if both Kevin and Gary are innocent, and the real killer was never properly investigated because police locked onto their initial suspects too early? The crime scene was contaminated. Multiple people walked through before it was properly secured. Not all the blood was tested. Not all the fingerprints were examined. The condom wrapper wasn't immediately sent for DNA analysis. What other evidence might have been missed or ignored? Nana had been in contact with several other men in the weeks before her death. Police interviewed them and cleared them based on alibis. But were those alibis as thoroughly checked as they should have been? The truth is, we may never know what happened in that apartment on December 15th, 2005. The physical evidence is ambiguous enough that two different juries couldn't agree on Gary Dunn's guilt, despite DNA linking him to the scene. Kevin Jones's alibi was strong enough to create reasonable doubt about his involvement, yet some aspects of the case against him remain troubling. What we do know is that justice for Nona Dirtsmeyer has not been served. Her killer, whoever they are, has never been held accountable. A young woman who survived childhood trauma, who dedicated herself to helping others, who had dreams and plans and a whole life ahead of her, was stolen from this world in a moment of terrible violence. Her family has never had closure. Kevin Jones and his family had their lives turned upside down, spent a fortune on his defense, and will forever carry the stigma of the accusation even after his acquittal. The community of Russellville was fractured by suspicion and doubt. Let's remember, Nona is more than just a victim, more than just a tragic story. She was a daughter who loved music, who sang opera, who competed in pageants not for vanity but for purpose. She was a survivor who transformed her pain into advocacy. She was a mentor to a little girl who looked up to her. She was a friend, a girlfriend, a student with ambitions for the future. She was 19 years old when she died, still becoming whoever she was meant to be. The case remains open. If anyone has information about Nona Dirksmeyer's murder, the Russellville Police Department continues to accept tips. Perhaps someday, somehow, the truth will finally emerge from the shadows. Until then, Nona's story stands as a reminder of how complicated justice can be, how evidence can point in multiple directions, how certainty can be elusive even when we desperately want answers. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. The sun rises over Durban, South Africa, casting golden light across the coastal city. In the suburb of Hillcrest, a young woman is preparing for a journey that will take her far from home. Her name is Paige Bell, and at 20 years old, she's chasing a dream that many young people share. The dream of seeing the world while earning a living on the open sea. Paige had graduated from Hillcrest High School in 2022, just 2 years before this story takes place. Those who knew her from school remembered something specific about her. They remembered her laughter. They remembered how she could light up a room just by walking into it. The happiest, most bubbly person, they would later say, struggling to find words that could capture the energy she brought to everything she did. But Paige wasn't content to stay in one place. She wanted adventure. She wanted to travel. And she'd found a way to do both, through a career that seemed almost too perfect to be true. Working as a stewardess on luxury super yachts, where the wealthy came to escape their everyday life, and where young crew members from around the world gathered to live a life that blurred the lines between work and endless summer. To understand what happened to Paige Bell, you need to understand the world she entered. It's a world most people never see. A floating realm of extreme wealth, where boats can cost tens of millions of dollars, and rent for up to $1 million per week. These aren't just boats, they're floating palaces, equipped with multiple suites, gourmet kitchens, and every luxury extra. The super yacht far from it, where Paige would eventually work, was one of these vessels. Built in 2008 by Richmond Yachts in British Columbia, it stretched 1,442 feet long and could host 10 guests in 5 cabins. When it wasn't being used by its owners, it was available for charter to those who could afford between $36,000 and $165,000 per week to cruise the world's most exclusive destinations. But what makes these yachts function isn't just the luxury, it's the crew. On a vessel like Far From It, 9 permanent crew members work in a highly hierarchical system. At the top is the captain, who has absolute authority. Below him are officers, engineers, deckhands, and stewardesses. Each person has a specific role, specific duties, and a specific place in the pecking order. For the crew, it's a unique lifestyle. You live where you work. Your co-workers are also your roommates. The lines between professional and personal life don't just blur. They disappear entirely. You eat together, sleep in adjacent cabins, spend your off hours together. When you're at sea, there's nowhere else to go. You're living in a floating world with the same people, day after day, sometimes for months at a time. For young people like Paige, it promised adventure, exotic locations, sun-soaked days in the Caribbean, the Mediterranean, the Bahamas, the chance to work alongside people from around the world. Good money for someone just starting out in life. The experience of serving the ultra-wealthy, seeing how the other half lived. But there was another side to this world, one that wasn't advertised in the glossy recruitment materials. A side that organizations like the International Seafarers Welfare and Assistance Network had been documenting with growing alarm. In 2023, just a year before Paige Bell's death, Heswan released troubling statistics. Reports of abuse, bullying, harassment, and discrimination on superyachts had increased by 25% in just 3 months. This wasn't a small spike. This was a crisis that industry insiders had been whispering about for years, finally showing up in the numbers. The problems were systemic. Unlike commercial shipping, the superyacht industry operated with minimal oversight. There were no mandatory criminal background checks for crew members. The Maritime Labor Convention, which governed working conditions at sea, had provisions against harassment and bullying. But enforcement was another matter entirely, and perhaps most troubling of all, when complaints were made, they often disappeared into a void of management companies more concerned with keeping wealthy clients happy than protecting young crew members. The industry was hierarchical, male-dominated at the top levels, and isolated. Crew members who spoke up about harassment risked being labeled as troublemakers. They risked losing their jobs, because many crew members found positions through informal networks and social media rather than through professional agencies. There was no systematic vetting, no reliable way to ensure that someone with a history of misconduct wouldn't simply move from one yacht to another. Studies had shown that sexual harassment thrived in environments with 3 characteristics: male dominance, strict hierarchy, and tolerance of bad behavior. The superyacht industry checked all 3 boxes. But Paige Bell, arriving in this world with dreams in her eyes, likely didn't know about any of this when she started her career. Paige's first position was on a yacht called Sweet Emotion, a 35-meter charter vessel built in 2006. It was here that she began to learn the rhythms of yacht life, the demanding work of a stewardess, setting tables, serving meals, cleaning cabins, making everything perfect for guests who expected perfection as their baseline. And it was here that she found something unexpected: family. Her fellow crew members on Sweet Emotion would later describe her in terms that went beyond simple workplace camaraderie. Paige was more than a teammate. She was family, they would write. Her radiant spirit, infectious laughter, and boundless compassion made an unforgettable impact on everyone lucky enough to know her. Whether it was long days at sea or quiet moments under the stars, she brought light and warmth wherever she went. This wasn't just corporate speak or the kind of thing people say about someone after tragedy strikes. Those who knew Paige genuinely felt this way about her. She had a quality that made people feel better just by being around her. In the sometimes tense, always demanding environment of yacht service, that kind of presence was rare and valuable. Paige worked on Sweet Emotion until December 2024. Then, seeking new opportunities, or perhaps just the change of scenery that comes naturally in the yachting world, she moved to a new position. She joined the crew of Far From It. The yacht was stationed in the Bahamas that July, specifically near Harbor Island, a small but exclusive destination about 60 miles east of Nassau. Harbor Island was sometimes called the billionaire's playground, known for its pink sand beaches and its ability to attract celebrities and superyachts. It was exactly the kind of place where luxury vessels gathered, where the wealthy came to escape. Paige was settling into her new role aboard Far From It as a guest relations officer, Her 21st birthday was coming up on July 14th. She had plans. She was going to fly back to Durban to celebrate with her family and friends. Her mother, Michelle, and her father, John, were looking forward to having their daughter home. Her sister, Chelsea, was excited to celebrate with her. Paige's mother asked her what she wanted for her birthday. Paige told her, red velvet cake. That was her favorite. But July 3rd came first. And on July 3rd, everything changed. It was a Thursday. The Far From It was docked at a marina off Harbor Island. The crew went about their morning routines. The endless cycle of cleaning, preparing, maintaining that kept a super yacht running. The guests, if there were any aboard, expected everything to be perfect. The crew made sure it was. And then, just before 1 p.m., someone noticed that Paige was missing. So in the confined space of a yacht, this was unusual. There aren't many places to go. But a search began. Crew members checked the cabins, the common areas, the deck. They called her name. No response. Someone thought to check the engine room. The engine room of a yacht is located below decks, typically toward the stern. It's hot, loud when the engines are running, and claustrophobic. It's not a place where stewardesses normally have reason to go. That's the engineer's domain. A space of machinery and maintenance, metal and oil. But when the crew members descended into the engine room of Far From It that afternoon, they found Paige Bell. She was lying on the floor, partially undressed, unresponsive. There were visible injuries on her body, slash wounds on her neck, defensive wounds on her arms, suggesting she had tried to fight off her attacker. The scene suggested what investigators would later confirm. Paige Bell had fought for her life, and next to her body was a man covered in blood. He had a knife in his hand. Both of his wrists were slashed. His arms were severely injured. He was conscious but bleeding heavily. His name was Brigido Munoz. He was 39 years old, a Mexican national who worked as the chief engineer aboard Far From It, the same man who worked in the very space where Paige's body now lay. The Royal Bahamas police force was called immediately. Officers arrived at the marina just after 1 p.m. They secured the scene, called for medical assistance, and tried to piece together what had happened. A local doctor arrived to examine Paige. There was nothing to be done. He pronounced her dead at the scene. Munoz was taken into custody. His wrist wounds were severe enough that he needed medical treatment. Police believed they were the result of a suicide attempt, that after killing Paige Bell, he had tried to take his own life, but failed. He was treated at a medical clinic, and then taken to jail. On the yacht, the remaining crew members were in shock. Some of them had worked with Paige before, either on Sweetie Amortion or during her brief time on Far From It. Others had just met her, but they all knew that something terrible had happened in the confined space where they all lived and worked together. Something that couldn't be undone. Word began to spread, first to management, then to crew and other yachts, then beyond the yachting community entirely. By the evening of July 3rd, Paige's family in South Africa learned that their daughter was dead. Imagine being Paige's parents in that moment. Your daughter is thousands of miles away, living her dream, working on a luxury yacht in paradise. And then you get a call that she's been murdered. John and Michelle Bell were devastated. So was Paige's sister, Chelsea. In a statement posted to Facebook, the family struggled to find words for what they were feeling. It is with broken hearts that we share the devastating news that our beautiful Paige's life was brutally taken from us, they wrote. As a family, we are doing our best to process this unimaginable loss. But even in their grief, they were clear about one thing. We will leave no stone unturned until the guilty is brought to justice. The practical realities were overwhelming. Their daughter's body was in the Bahamas. There would need to be an investigation, legal proceedings in a foreign country. They would need to arrange to bring her home. The costs were staggering, not just financially, but emotionally. On July 7th, Michelle and John Bell flew to the Bahamas. Chelsea wrote about it on social media. This evening, Mom and Dad are flying to the Bahamas to begin the painful process of not only bringing their baby girl home, but also seeking justice for the monster that took her life. The family described Paige's death as brutal. That wasn't hyperbole. The details that emerged painted a picture of violence, of suffering, of a young woman fighting desperately against someone stronger than her. Back on Harbor Island, the Royal Bahamas Police Force was conducting their investigation. They interviewed the crew of Far From It. They processed the crime scene. They tried to establish a timeline, a motive, an understanding of what had driven Brigido Muñoz to attack Paige Bell. The question of motive was particularly troubling. What investigators learned suggested that this might not have been an isolated incident. Reports emerged that Paige had complained about Muñoz before, that she had reported harassment, that the engineer had been warned about his behavior. This raised disturbing questions. If Paige had complained, what had been done about it? Who would she complain to? What warnings, if any, had been given to Muñoz? Why was nothing done to protect her? These questions would become central to the broader conversation that followed. But in those first days, the focus was simply on establishing the facts of what happened on July 3rd. On July 9th, 6 days after Paige's death, Brigido Muñoz was formally charged with murder. He appeared in the magistrate court in Nassau. The court denied him bail. His next court date was set for November 20th. Muñoz's lawyer declined to comment publicly. The Royal Bahamas Police Force described their investigation as ongoing, but released few details. They confirmed that they had met with the Bell family during their visit to the Bahamas. They confirmed that they were treating Paige's death as a homicide and Muñoz's injuries as an attempted suicide, but they did not release a motive. And that silence left people to speculate, to try to understand what could drive someone to murder a young woman they worked alongside. In the confined space where they both lived, Paige Bell's death sent shockwaves through the yachting world. This wasn't just another tragedy. This was a tragedy that exposed problems that industry insiders had been warning about for years. Within days, a petition began circulating. Jesse Frost, founder of a crew recruitment platform called CRAWA, launched a campaign demanding that criminal background checks become a legal requirement for international seafarers. The petition quickly gathered nearly 5,000 signatures. The argument was simple and devastating. How many times had crew members complained about harassment, only to see nothing change? How many times had people with troubling histories moved from yacht to yacht because there was no systematic way to track them, no requirement for background checks, no accountability? A new initiative called the Paige Bell Pledge was launched. They called for voluntary criminal, credit, and drug checks for all crew members. The hope was that if yacht owners and management companies couldn't be forced to implement these safeguards through regulation, perhaps they could be persuaded to do so voluntarily, in memory of a young woman whose death had been preventable. Industry publications like Super Yacht News and the Triton ran articles examining the culture that had allowed this to happen. They interviewed experts who pointed out that the Maritime Labor Convention, which was supposed to protect seafarers, had no provisions requiring background checks. They highlighted studies showing the prevalence of harassment and abuse on superyachts, the 25% increase in reports that had been documented just months before Paige's death. Taryn Rayson, a director at a crew training organization and former chief stewardess, spoke bluntly about the problem. It's shocking that there's no mandatory requirement for criminal background checks. Owners assume it's happening, but often it isn't. The conversation expanded beyond just background checks. People began talking about the hierarchical nature of yacht work, the isolation of crew members, the lack of psychological safety that made it hard for people to speak up when something was wrong. They talked about the work hard, play hard culture, the normalization of alcohol abuse, the way perpetrators could hide behind excuses or simply move to a new yacht when complaints surfaced. They talked about how in an industry built on serving the ultra-wealthy, the comfort and privacy of owners and guests often seemed to take precedence over the safety of crew members. While the industry grappled with these broader questions, Paige's former colleagues on Sweet Emotion took action. They created a GoFundMe campaign to help the Bell family with the overwhelming costs of repatriation and legal proceedings. The response was immediate and generous. Donations poured in from all over the world, from crew members who had worked with Paige, from people in the yachting industry who had never met her but felt the weight of her loss, from strangers who were simply moved by the tragedy of a young life cut short. The GoFundMe raised more than $52,000. The page became a place where people could share their memories of Paige, express their grief, and offer support to her family. The tributes painted a picture of someone special, someone whose death represented not just a tragedy, but a preventable tragedy. Back in South Africa, Hillcrest High School issued a statement. They described Paige as an incredibly special young lady who was the happiest, most bubbly person. They asked their community to support the Bell family, to donate to the GoFundMe, to remember Paige not just as a victim, but as a person who had touched many lives. Friends described her as a golden girl, someone who exemplified yachting, someone whose presence had made the difficult work of yacht service more bearable for everyone around her. One friend, Jenna Lovelace, spoke about Paige's dreams. Paige wanted the whole princess fairy tale, she said. Get married, have kids. She spoke to me recently. Her boyfriend, they spoke about getting married. Those dreams would never be realized. Paige Bell would never get married. She would never have children. She would never celebrate another birthday. Paige Bell's 21st birthday arrived 11 days after her death. It should have been a celebration. Instead, it became a memorial. Paige's mother made a request. She asked everyone who loved Paige, everyone who had been touched by her life, to do something specific on July 14th. Eat red velvet cake, Paige's favorite, and share a photo in remembrance. Around the world, people did exactly that. Crew members on yachts, former schoolmates in South Africa, strangers who had only learned about Paige through the news of her death. They posted photos of red velvet cake with captions about Paige, about remembering her light, her laughter, her spirit. It was a small gesture, but it mattered. It turned what should have been a day of celebration into something else. Not quite a funeral, not quite a birthday, but a moment when people around the world paused to remember a young woman who had died too soon and too violently. By this time, Michelle and John Bell had arranged for Paige's cremation in the Bahamas. They were preparing to bring their daughter's ashes home to South Africa. The investigation was ongoing. Munoz remained in custody, awaiting his November court date, and far from it, the yacht where Paige had died had left the Bahamas. It was now docked at Safe Harbor Marina in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. A new location, but the shadow of what had happened aboard remained. As weeks passed, the conversation about Paige Bell's death continued to evolve. It wasn't just about one murdered woman anymore. It was about all the women and men who had experienced harassment and abuse in the yachting industry, but never reported it out of fear or futility. It was about the systematic failures that allowed predators to move from yacht to yacht unchecked. Experts pointed out that the problem wasn't unique to yachting. It existed wherever you had isolated workers, strict hierarchies, and minimal oversight. But in the yachting industry, these problems were particularly acute because of the nature of the work, living and working in close quarters, often far from shore under the authority of captains and management companies that prioritized guest satisfaction above all else. The International Seafarers Welfare and Assistance Network reported that yacht crew were experiencing mental health difficulties and incidents of abuse, bullying, harassment, discrimination, and violence at rates double those of seafarers in commercial shipping. The implication was clear. The yachting industry wasn't just failing to address these problems. It was actively worse than other maritime sectors. Some management companies began to take notice. There were conversations about implementing better screening processes, creating clearer reporting procedures, providing more support for crew members who experienced harassment or abuse. But industry observers remained skeptical about whether these promises would translate into real change. The fundamental problem remained. The superyacht industry was built on exclusivity and privacy. Many yacht owners valued discretion above all else. They didn't want regulatory oversight. They didn't want mandatory reporting requirements. They wanted to enjoy their vessels without interference. But that privacy came at a cost, and Paige Bell had paid it with her life. As of this recording, many questions about Paige Bell's death remain unanswered. Brigido Munoz's trial had not yet taken place. His motive has not been publicly disclosed. The specific circumstances that led to the attack in the engine room of Far From It have not been fully revealed. What had happened between Paige and Munoz in the weeks she worked aboard the yacht? Had there been other incidents beyond the complaints that were reported? Why was Paige in the engine room that day? Was she lured there? Or did she go for another reason? These questions may be answered in court. They may remain mysteries forever, but in some ways the specific details matter less than the broader pattern they reveal. Paige Bell died because systems failed her. She died because complaints about harassment weren't taken seriously enough. She died because there were no mandatory background checks to ensure that the person working next to her wasn't someone with a history of violence. She died because the yachting industry prioritized other concerns: profit, privacy, the comfort of wealthy clients over the safety of young crew members working in isolated conditions. As the summer of 2025 turned to fall, Brigido Munoz remained in custody in the Bahamas, awaiting his November court date. The wheels of justice turned slowly, especially in cases involving international jurisdiction, foreign nationals, and complex investigations. The Bell family, back in South Africa with Paige's ashes, continued to grieve while also advocating for change. They had become unintentional activists, faces of a movement to reform an industry that had taken their daughter's life. They met with journalists. They supported the petition for mandatory background checks. They kept Paige's memory alive, sharing stories about her dreams, her laughter, her kindness. They did what grieving parents often do. They tried to find meaning in senseless tragedy. They tried to ensure that their daughter's death might lead to changes that could save other daughters, other young people chasing dreams on the open sea. Will anything change because of Paige Bell's death? It's too soon to say. The history of workplace safety reforms suggests that change often comes slowly, driven by accumulating tragedies until the pressure becomes impossible to ignore. What's clear is that Paige Bell's death exposed problems that the yachting industry can no longer pretend don't exist. A 125% increase in harassment complaints, the lack of background checks, the failure to protect crew members who report problems, the toxic culture that prioritizes hierarchy and discretion over safety and accountability. Organizations like IWAN continue to operate helplines for crew members in distress. The Yacht Crew Help Service provides free, confidential, multilingual support 24 hours a day. These services document an ongoing crisis, a steady stream of people working in an industry that hasn't done enough to protect them. But documentation isn't enough. Statistics aren't enough. Even tragedies like Paige Bell's death might not be enough to force the fundamental reforms that activists are calling for. The question is whether the industry will change voluntarily or whether it will take regulation, lawsuits, and continued public pressure to force that change. Whether yacht owners and management companies will implement the Paige Bell Pledge or whether it will fade away as media attention moves on to other stories. In all the discussions about industry reform and systematic failures, it's important to remember something fundamental. Paige Bell was a person, not a statistic. Not a case study, not a symbol of everything wrong with the yachting industry. She was a young woman from Durban who loved red velvet cake, who graduated from high school just 3 years before her death, who had dreams of marriage and family, who made her coworkers feel like family, who brought light and warmth wherever she went. She was someone's daughter, someone's sister, someone's friend. She was 20 years old, 11 days away from her 21st birthday, planning to fly home to celebrate with the people who loved her. She died violently, fighting for her life in the engine room of a luxury yacht while it was docked in paradise. She died because systems that should have protected her failed. She died because someone who should never have been in a position to harm her was given that opportunity. Her death should not have happened. Her birthday should have been a celebration, not a memorial. Her family should be looking at photos of her wedding someday. Her children, her life unfolding, instead of eating red velvet cake and trying to remember her smile. Today, the Far From It continues to operate. After leaving Fort Lauderdale, it has moved on to new destinations, new charters, new guests enjoying luxury on the water. The cabin where Paige Bell slept has been occupied by someone else. The engine room where she died has been cleaned. The yacht's website still advertises 5 suites for up to 10 guests, available for charter at premium rates. Life goes on. That's what people say. The yachting industry continues. Wealthy people still charter super yachts. Young crew members still take positions on these vessels, chasing the same dreams that Paige Bell chased. But there's a shadow now, awareness that didn't exist before, or that existed but wasn't discussed as openly. When crew members talk to each other, Paige Bell's name comes up. When people discuss the need for reform in the industry, her death is cited as evidence. When families in South Africa or anywhere else consider whether to let their daughters pursue careers in yachting, they might think twice. That shadow is small comfort to the Bell family. It doesn't bring Paige back. It doesn't ease the pain of her absence, but it represents something. The possibility that her death might lead to changes that save other lives. that the industry might finally confront the problems it has ignored for too long. What strikes people who follow this case closely is how much remains unknown. The specific details of what happened that day, the full extent of Page's complaints about Munoz. What, if anything, yacht management did in response to those complaints. Why Page was in the engine room. What Munoz's defense will be when his case goes to trial. This silence is typical of cases involving super yachts. Privacy is paramount. Non-disclosure agreements are common. Settlements happen behind closed doors. Even criminal cases often result in minimal public information, especially when they involve foreign nationals in international waters. But this silence also serves to protect an industry that doesn't want scrutiny. Every detail that remains hidden makes it easier for the yachting world to move on, to go back to business as usual, to avoid the uncomfortable conversations about culture and accountability. The Bell family has fought against this silence. They've spoken publicly about their daughter's death. They've supported investigations and reforms. They've kept her name in the conversation. But they're one family, grieving and far from the centers of yachting power. Their ability to force change is limited. Brigido Munoz will face trial. The legal process will unfold. There may be more details revealed, more understanding of what happened on Far From It that July afternoon. Or there may not be. Sometimes trials clarify everything. Sometimes they leave more questions than answers. Whatever happens in court, it won't bring Paige Bell back. It won't give her parents their daughter. It won't give her sister her sibling. It won't give her friends and colleagues the bright presence they lost. But it might provide some measure of justice. Some acknowledgement that what happened was wrong. That someone is being held accountable. That Paige Bell's life and death mattered. Beyond the trial, the questions remain. Will the yachting industry reform itself? Will mandatory background checks become standard? Will management companies take harassment complaints more seriously? Will there be better support systems for crew members in distress? Will the culture change? Or will Paige Bell become another name in a long list of tragedies, remembered for a while and then slowly forgotten as the industry continues on its course? In South Africa, Paige Bell's family continues to grieve. They have their memories, their photographs, their stories. They have her ashes brought home from the Bahamas where she died so far from everyone who loved her. They celebrate her birthday each July 14th, eating red velvet cake and remembering. They talk about her dreams, her laughter, her boundless spirit. They try to hold on to who she was. Not just a victim, but a vibrant young woman full of life and hope. Hillcrest High School remembers her as one of their own. Her former colleagues on Sweet Emotion remember her as family. Friends remember her as someone who made their lives better just by being in them. These memories are precious. They're also fragile. Time passes. People move on. Other tragedies occur. The news cycle turns. Eventually, even the most shocking stories fade from collective memory. But for now, Paige Bell is remembered. Her death sparked a conversation that continues. Her name is attached to a pledge that calls for reform. Her story is told as a warning about the dangers that exist in an industry built on luxury and exclusivity. If reforms happen, if the yachting industry becomes safer for the young people who work on these vessels, it will be partly because of Paige Bell. Not because she chose to be a martyr or a symbol, but because her death was so unnecessary, so preventable, that even an industry resistant to change could entirely ignore it. There's a photograph of Paige Bell that her family shared after her death. In it, she's smiling. That bright, infectious smile that everyone who knew her mentioned. She looks happy. She looks like someone with her whole life ahead of her. She looks exactly like what she was, a young woman full of dreams. When you look at that photograph, it's hard to reconcile the person in the image with what happened to her. Hard to imagine that smile silenced, that energy extinguished, that life cut short in violence. But that's often the case with tragedies like this. The victims were real people with real lives, real dreams, real futures. They weren't just names in news articles or cautionary tales. They were someone's daughter, sister, friend, colleague. Paige Bell was all of those things. She was a young woman from Durban who loved red velvet cake and wanted to see the world. She was a stewardess who brought light and warmth to her work. She was a person who deserved to live, to celebrate her 21st birthday, to pursue her dreams of marriage and family, to grow old. Instead, she died at 20 in the engine room of a luxury yacht, fighting desperately against someone stronger than her, far from home and everyone who loved her. Her death was a tragedy, but it was also a crime, a failure, a preventable loss. And the question that remains is simple. Will we learn from it? Will the systems change? Will other young people be protected from the dangers that Paige Bell faced? Only time will tell. Rest in peace, Paige Bell. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care.